Timothy Richards Kennedy, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Global Affairs, the University of the West Indies. Professor Michael Taylor, Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, the UA, and Co-Director of the Climate Studies Group, MONA. Ms. Elizabeth Emmanuel, Head CCRIF Technical Assistance Manager Team and Head CCRIF Corporate Communications Manager Team. Mr. Winston Shaw, Senior Director, Technology Training and Technical Information at the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, Jamaica. Dr. Georgiana Gordon-Strawn, Director, Pilot Program for Climate Resilience, Caribbean Regional Track. Ms. Erica Horton, Program Manager, PPCR Caribbean Regional Track. Other specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this workshop on building climate resilience in the agricultural sector and emerging digital applications in climate-smart agriculture. I am Tanisha Stevenson, Head of the Department of Physics at the University of the West Indies Mona campus, and I'll chair our opening ceremony. Our context for this workshop is the vulnerability of the agricultural sector globally and within the Caribbean to climate variations and climate change. This workshop considers approaches to building resilience in this sector using a number of tools and digital solutions. We'll examine the value of crop simulation modeling. We'll examine Accept Agri Portal, an online portal that allows an assessment of yield potential, developed under the Pilot Program for Climate Resilience and updated through support from the CCRIF SPC. We'll explore other impact assessment tools such as AcroCrop, DSAT, and SMASH, and you'll get used to these acronyms throughout the workshop, and discuss some of the climate services and financial instruments available in support of climate resilience in the agricultural sector. This workshop, ladies and gentlemen, is being hosted by the University of the West Indies in partnership with the Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute, CARDI, the CCRIF SPC, and the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, through Climate Investment Funds. With that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We'll open the workshop with prayer, and I invite Reverend Michael Card to lead us.
Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for your grace. We thank you for your goodness. We thank you, Lord, for your love. We thank you for this opportunity that we have to gather in this place and online, God, where we can together work out and together learn about your world and together learn about the earth, the climate, and how we can solve our problems together. We thank you, Lord, for each person that you have brought together. We thank you, Lord, for the opportunity that you have given us and this privilege. And as we start, we ask for your presence, we ask for your guidance. We pray, oh God, that whatever we do, Lord, you will give us wisdom, Lord, so that we can go through the day, so that we can share ideas, and so that we can come up with solutions. We give you thanks right now, and we ask again for your protection and for your guidance. In Jesus' name, amen.
The University of the West Indies is delighted to participate in initiatives aimed at developing tools that allow assessment of climate risk, monitoring of water quality, and exploring the impact of climate on yield potential. This takes us beyond the science of climate change for the region and allows us to add solutions to the toolkit available to practitioners in the region and globally. This workshop will showcase AgriAccept, as noted earlier, an online portal for assessment of yield potential. We will present the simple modified vection of storms and hurricanes, SMASH, a simple model that allows us to examine different scenarios of tracks, storm intensities, and forward speeds, and their associated rainfall rates and wind speeds for various locations in the region. And we will present the real-time monitoring system, real TMS,
for water quality that allows near real-time monitoring of parameters such as temperature, pH, conductivity, and positions us to better safeguard our water resources. The UA thanks its partners who have supported efforts to develop tools for the Caribbean and within the Caribbean. I now invite Ms. Elizabeth Emmanuel, Head CRIF Technical Assistance Manager Team and Head CRIF Corporate Communications Manager Team, to bring greetings on behalf of the CRIF SPC.
Thank you, Tanisha. PVC Kennedy, fellow panelists, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are happy to be here today, happy to be able to support the UE and specifically the UE Climate Studies Group MONA on the staging of this workshop. It would be remiss of me not to take the opportunity today to share with you a bit about the organization that I am representing today. CRIF SPC, formerly the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility. As many of you may already know, CRIF is the world's first multi-country, multi-peril risk pool based on parametric insurance, providing coverage for tropical cyclones, earthquakes, excess rainfall, fisheries, and electric utilities to 19 Caribbean and 3 Central American governments, and currently 1 electric utility company. Unlike indemnity or traditional insurance, CRIF's parametric insurance products are insurance contracts that make payments based on the intensity of a natural hazard event and the amount of loss calculated in a pre-agreed model caused by these events. Parametric insurance therefore enables us to make payouts very quickly after a hazard event. And in the case of CRIF, these payouts are made within 14 days of the event, as it does not require on-the-ground assessments. CRIF represents a cost-effective way to pre-finance short-term liquidity to allow governments to begin recovery efforts quickly after a natural catastrophe event, thereby filling the gap between immediate response and long-term redevelopment. Since our inception in 2007, we have made a total of 54 payouts to 16 of our member governments, totaling approximately $245 million US. While these payouts may appear small based on the overall cost of rebuilding and reconstruction, we need to be mindful that CRIF was not established to cover losses after a natural disaster, but is one disaster risk financing instrument available to governments to enable them to access quick liquidity following a natural disaster and to address their immediate needs post-disaster towards closing the protection gap. Our assessments on the use of CRIF payouts have shown that over 3.5 million persons across the Caribbean and Central America have benefited from these payouts, which have been used by governments over the years to provide food, water, medication, shelter for the most vulnerable in their population, and for immediate repair of damaged roads and other critical infrastructure, such as water treatment plants. Given that the focus of this workshop is on agriculture, I will share with you very briefly some of the work we are doing in agriculture and fisheries. At CRIF, we are currently in the process of developing new parametric insurance models for drought and agriculture. Our drought product will focus on agricultural drought events affecting crop production in countries. And our agricultural product is being developed to address the impacts of different perils, such as extreme rainfall, tropical cyclone-induced winds on the agricultural sector. We are also leading the Climate Resilience and Adaptation in Insurance in the Caribbean project, CRAIG, in collaboration with the Munich Climate Insurance Initiative and the ILO Impact Insurance, as well as the Guardian Insurance Group, in which we will be rolling out parametric microinsurance products for fishers, farmers, market vendors, food vendors, etc. This product, known as the Livelihood Protection Policy, is designed to protect the livelihoods of vulnerable persons following natural disasters associated with wind and rain. As a development insurance company, we are pleased that we are able, on one hand, to make surpluses or profit, but on the other hand, we give back those surpluses to our members. To this end, we have developed and implement a dynamic technical assistance program, and through this program, we are able to support disaster risk management and resilience building initiatives across the Caribbean and Central America. Our financial support to the Climate Studies Group, MONA, came out of our TA program and was key in helping the group upgrade 3 tools, Accept Agri, Real TMS, and SMASH, that have been designed to enable planning for disaster risk, food and water security, and provide associated training in the use of these tools. This assistance is one of several projects that CCRIF has been supporting across the region. In fact, we currently have in place 10 MOUs with regional organizations. And what is unique about CCRIF is that we align either yearly or 2-year work plans to our MOUs, and we fund projects under these arrangements for organizations in an attempt to build resilience. We are also working with NGOs throughout the region, supporting them through grants to implement various projects in the areas of climate change adaptation, ecosystem-based solutions, environmental management, capacity building, and disaster risk reduction. We have been working with the UE since 2010 and have funded several work plans with the university and provide annually scholarships, internships, and also small grants to several departments across the campuses. For example, since 2010, we have provided over 80 scholarships to students of the UE, totaling approximately $1 million US. And of course, during COVID-19, we stepped up. We provided an additional grant of $142,000 US to UE to cover the tuition fees of the most needy students who, due to the pandemic, were finding it difficult to pay tuition and who were at risk of either being deregistered or not completing their studies. Over 60 students across 3 campuses benefited from CCRIF paying off their tuition, enabling them to graduate without debt. This latter support was part of our COVID-19 response geared towards supporting our members. We are also collaborating with UE on areas through research and practical application. And in 2020, we launched the CCRIF UE course in disaster risk financing, titled Fundamentals of Disaster Risk Financing for Advancing Sustainable Development in Small Island Developing States. The first of its kind in the Caribbean, this course. We are currently delivering the second cohort. It is a 40-hour postgraduate course. And of course, some 30 persons graduated on the first cohort, and we have 42 participants in the second cohort. We have provided grants to the Department of Food Production at St. Augustine campus in support of conservation agriculture for climate change adaptation, which focused on examining the effectiveness of seedling transplanters, also known as jack planters, on different soil types, field conditions, and types of seeds. We also have an ongoing project with the Department of Geography, also at St. Augustine campus, focused on the role of quarries in flooding and water transmission under current and future climate change scenarios. We are also working to enhance access to UE of the tools that we have at CCRIF that may be used for capacity building, such as our CCRIF online platform called WeMap, which is a web-based platform through which users can monitor earthquakes, rainfall, and tropical cyclones. These are but a few examples of our work in the region beyond providing parametric insurance and disaster risk financing tools. We will this year once again engage with UE to determine areas that we can provide financial support as we prepare a new work plan for the next 2 years underpinning the current MOU. Let me close by saying that once again, we are pleased to sponsor and participate in this event, and we will share more details on CCRIF with you in the next 2 days, as we will be delivering a presentation on day 2 and participating in the panel discussion on day 3. Once again, we are pleased to collaborate with you, one of our key partners in the Caribbean, as we all seek to advance the sustainability agendas of this region of small island and coastal states. Thank you, and do have a productive workshop.
Thank you so much, Ms. Emmanuel. We applaud the work of CCRIF SBC in the region, and we thank CCRIF again for its support. We now invite Dr. Georgiana Gordon-Strawn, Director PPCR Caribbean Regional Track, to bring greetings on behalf of the PPCR Regional Track.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this workshop. This workshop is a series of workshops that started with our first workshop, which was a climate resilience workshop, looking at crop modeling, and a 4-week, it lasted for all of 4 weeks. I want to talk a little bit about the Caribbean Regional Track of the pilot program for climate resilience. And I'll start with a little bit of a history. We launched on November 17, 2015. And you can see here pictures of some younger looking people. I won't call them out by names, but this was the start of this whole project. This is where it all began. So by way of background, the Caribbean Pilot Program for Climate Resilience is a climate change adaptation initiative of the global PPCR, and it's supported by the Climate Investment Funds. The Caribbean PPCR actually has 2 complementary tracks. The first track consists of country-based investments in 6 vulnerable countries, and the second is a regional track involving regional organizations working in the Caribbean in key sectors. Our main objectives were to improve regional processes to acquire, store, analyze, access, and disseminate climate relevant data, and also to pilot and scale up innovative climate resilient initiatives within the Caribbean region. The agencies which we worked with, are implementing agencies, are the Climate Change Studies Group at UMONA, so the Climate Studies Group in Mona, CIMH, which is the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology, CRFM, the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism Secretariat, the Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Institute, which is a collaborator on this important workshop, and CARFA, the Caribbean Public Health Agency. The countries involved are listed here, and they include Haiti, Grenada, St. Lucia, Dominica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Jamaica. So as I said before, the project is funded by the Climate Investment Fund. The executing agency is the Inter-American Development Bank, and implementation was done by the University of the West Indies, Mona, and our implementing partners, which included representatives from the countries as well as representatives from the Caribbean agencies. Now, this is a 5-year project, which started in November 2015. You saw the picture of the launch, and ended on December 17, 2021. Now, I know that if you're critical, you will realize that this does not add up to 5 years, it actually adds to 6 years. But in the middle of our project, or towards the end in 2020, we all know what happened. COVID happened, and we had to halt our activities. So we were given a 1-year no cost extension by the Inter-American Development Bank. The project was funded to the tune of $10.39 million US. So I'm going to just do a very quick snapshot of the different components of the project. Component 1 looked at improving geospatial data management and management for adaptation planning, sea level rise, storm surge, and impact analysis. And for this, we did LiDAR and bathymetric scoping and data. We also included in this a capacity building component where training was done for all pilot countries in this PPCR in the use of the LiDAR technology and products which were developed. And here is just a picture of the representative from Fugro and the principal of the University of the West Indies Mona campus signing the regional PPCR project of US $1.9 million to conduct work for improving the availability of LiDAR data for climate planning. And this came for climate resiliency regional track. Component 2 looked at consolidating and expanding the regional climate network and global platform linkages. And this involved several things, including installation of weather in 4 PPCR countries. And carried out, the main agency working with us on this was CIMH. And here's one of the pictures of an automatic weather station being implemented in Dominica. Component 3 looked at downscaling and expanding climate projection models and high resolution maps. The partner on this is the Climate Studies Group at Mona. And one of the most important and I think very early outputs of this project was the acquisition of a supercomputing facility, SPARCS. This enabled us to downscale our data to regional and sub-regional levels. And also SPARCS was the first of its kind in the Caribbean. Here we have a picture of Professor Michael Taylor as we unveiled SPARCS in November 2016. And to use a quotation from him, he said, "SPARCS has the potential to immediately increase access to a larger pool of ideas that we previously thought of as inaccessible, merely because of their perceived impracticalities." I would like to add that this workshop is one output of SPARCS. Using data from SPARCS, we were able to downscale our climate data at very national and regional levels, and these were able to be used in different sectors, agriculture being one of the most important in the utilization of the outputs of SPARCS. Component 4 looked at applied adaptation initiatives, and this included health, and CARFA led the health initiative. It also included marine, and this was led by CRFM, agriculture by CARDI, water, and for water, we looked mostly at water security and at implementing rainwater harvesting systems. And this was done in collaboration with CARFA. And then we had the mainstreaming of our climate policies using their Sea Coral program. So I'm going to just focus on just a few things that I think relate to agriculture. Fisheries obviously are one of them. For component 4.2, which was marine, we developed an early warning systems for fisheries, and this was called FEWAS. This is a mobile phone app, looks at giving information to fishers on local ecological knowledge, weather. It also has emergency contacts. It has damage reporting, messaging. It gives alerts every day. And there is also a feature for reporting missing persons. Component 4.3 was looking at climate resilient agriculture. And we had a really good partnership with CARDI on this. And we've had, as I said before, several workshops. Training modules in crop simulation and modeling climate change and livestock impact assessment. We've had the development of seed storage facilities being upgraded, both at Bodle's research station here in Jamaica, but also constructing a weaning and hardening facility and upgrading the gene bank facilities in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We've had training in agromet, in seed management, in seed science technology, and procurement of, we've procured seed batch dryers This is just an image to give you an idea of some of the work that we did. This was the upgrade of the seed storage facility in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A memorandum of understanding for the refurbishing of Bodle's research seed lab and storage facility in St. Catherine was brokered between the then Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Audley Shaw, and the University of the West Indies through this PPCR pilot program. So I hope I gave you a snapshot, and I mean, this is just a snapshot. You can just imagine we have 6 countries, 5 executing agencies, 4 major projects. So it would be hard to go through everything in just a few minutes. So I've just given you a snapshot of what we've been able to accomplish throughout this project. So the question then is, what's next? The PPCR project, I think, was a huge success, and we delivered on our mandate and all of our objectives. I'm happy to say that we've grown up. We've gone out of short pants into long trousers. We've matured, and I think we've proven the pilot, and we're at the next phase of development where we're now a main program. However, even with these successes, climate change remains a threat to our existence at the basic level, especially in terms of our food and our water. So I would like to just spend 1 minute to speak a little bit about food insecurity in the Caribbean in the face of climate change. The agricultural sector within the Caribbean is well aware of how devastating hurricanes can be to us. Dominica, for example, with Hurricane Maria in 2017, had a 100% loss of crops. It is expected that climate change will herald in unpredictable weather patterns, longer drought periods, more intense hurricanes. The change in weather patterns has also rendered once predictable cycles of planting and reaping unpredictable, and we have examples of these. We live these examples. Another issue for the Caribbean, I think, is that we have high levels, more than 60%, of imported foods and a projected 50% increase in the food bill from 2000 to 2020. This increase is a looming threat to our food security. COVID-19, of course, has not helped that situation, and anyone walking through a supermarket is alarmed at how quickly the prices have gone up and how difficult it is to decide what to buy within the budgets that we have available to us. Our region imported $1.4 billion worth of processed foods in 2018. And in response to this high food bill, CARICOM introduced a 25 in 5 initiative, which basically aims to reduce our processed foods bill by 25% in 5 years. It is anticipated that on the global scale, the reduction in food crops as a result of climate change or exacerbated by climate change will increase risk of malnutrition to our children. And the Global Nutrition Report for the Caribbean indicated that prevalence of wasting in children under 5 years old remains low at 2.9%. This is an important development within the Caribbean. Now, I am also the director of the Tropical Metabolism Research Unit, and anyone who has done any studies in nutrition or in agriculture should have heard about the significant role played by the Tropical Metabolism Research Unit in developing the guidelines for treating children who are severely malnourished. I'm very pleased to say that in 2017, we closed our malnutrition ward. And the empty ward for malnourished children at the TMRU location on the compound of the University Hospital speaks volumes to the unit's success in leading the research and clinical trials that helped to eradicate child malnutrition in Jamaica and in the Caribbean. So this brings me to a challenge. I'm very happy that we're focusing on agriculture in this particular workshop. I do not want that ward to reopen. We've already repurposed it for other things. We therefore have a role to play in ensuring that we improve our food security. With that said, I would really like to congratulate Dr. Dale Rankin, Cardi, and the team for organizing this workshop. I went through the program and I found it to be quite impressive and very well organized. To those who are going to be participating, grab the information with both hands. This is important to our whole development. Congratulations again, and do have a very successful workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Georgiana Gordon-Strawn. We consider the PPCR a legacy program where much of the outputs, example, the tools developed that will be discussed in this workshop, the supercomputer, the climate model data, the science explored, the partnerships, the early warning systems, the seed bank, so many of the outputs will last well beyond the life of this program. Again, as a region, we thank the IDB through the CCRIF for this level of investment in the Caribbean. I now invite Mr. Winston Shaw, Senior Director, Technology Training and Technical Information of the Rural Agricultural Development Authority, Jamaica, to bring greetings on behalf of RADA. Mr. Shaw?
Hello, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here and to be a part of this very valuable workshop for the next 3 days. To our chairperson, organizers, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, both locally and regionally, internationally, our guests, and to everyone on this platform, I bring greetings to you on behalf of the Board of Directors, management, and staff of the Rural Agricultural Development Authority. Here at RADA, we boast in having some of the most dynamic extension staff in the region. We have over 200 extension officers specializing in areas such as crop care, plant health and food safety, livestock, marketing and post-harvest, home economics and social services, water management, and land husbandry. And we also have a very dynamic ICT department that provides digital support to our extension services. Climate change has severe negative impact and effect on our agricultural sector. And right here in Jamaica, our sector has suffered approximately 30 billion in losses due to hurricanes and other extreme weather events over the last 25 years. Jamaican farmers, we have noticed that we have come to a decision and realized that our Jamaican farmers will have to change their farming practices and their farming systems if our country, Jamaica land we love, is to adapt and mitigate climate change impacts in a timely way, both to keep our farmers profitable, sustainable production, while improving the nation's food security. There is therefore a need for our Jamaican farmers to practice climate smart agriculture in order to increase the production and reduce the cost, the outrageous cost of our food import bill. As a result of this, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, with support from RADA, has initiated several projects and programs that speak specifically or is directed specifically to crop and the livestock sectors And this would include, of course, the promotion of rainwater harvesting systems, training in climate smart agriculture, proper use of water and land management, and the promotion of our drip irrigation systems. As RADA continues on its vision of becoming the leader in the drive towards achieving national economic growth and stability through agricultural development, climate change is considered being one of the key areas that needs to be addressed and supported through our agricultural extension delivery. Climate smart agriculture, of course, is not a new concept for our local agricultural sector nor the region and our extension service delivery, but it requires new focus, commitment, realignment of available skill sets, organizational structuring or restructuring, and resources within the organization for building a broader platform to facilitate that critical shift within the farming community towards climate change adaptation and disaster mitigation. It should be noted that extension system should not view climate smart in separation from good agricultural practice, land husbandry and agricultural disaster risk management. The platform must be inclusive for other novel developments such as agrometeorological services, digital tools, and agroforestry. At present, a number of external agencies such as IDB, CDB, FAO of the United Nations, USAID, among many others, provide funding support for major projects being implemented by RADA through the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries with climate change adaptation components. RADA has compiled farming training modules for good land husbandry practices, agricultural disaster risk management, and climate smart agriculture to be used as a guide to farmers in the quest to impart this knowledge based on the seriousness of climate change and its variability, and the relevance now in protecting Jamaica's natural resources and the livelihood of our farmers. I would also like to make mention that, you know, we have enjoyed in recent times collaboration with UWI Climate Group and also the Meteorological Services of Jamaica, where we have been giving farmers forecast information on their local weather situation, which help to inform them of good management practices that they can employ due to the pending or the expected weather conditions that they would be experiencing. I also want to acknowledge and say thanks to the IDB, CCRIF, SPC, Caribbean Agricultural Research Development Institute, CARDI, Green Climate Fund, the Ministry of Agriculture, of course, and also our other partners such as the Meteorological Services of Jamaica and also the Climate Change Division under MEGJC, which we have been working with so closely. Well, the name has changed to Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. But RADA enjoys very good partnership and working relationship with so many agencies in Jamaica here that provides good support for our farmers. And we have excellent extension officers that are on the ground making that connection between research that is provided by our tertiary institution and our main research unit or division, the Borders Research Station, and make that connection to our farmers to really bring about the sustainable and revolution that is required in this time of the dynamic change that we're experiencing in our climate and weather. Thank you all, and we're looking forward for this workshop, which we know will be of great value to our extension officers, the new tools that we can use and the various digital systems that we can employ to bolster our agricultural extension services to our farmers, especially in times like these where COVID has, stimulated, I would say, our minds and our attitudes towards a better performing agricultural sector. Thank you so much. Blessings to all, and looking forward for a good 3 days.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shaw. And congratulations to RADA for its leadership and vision in climate smart agriculture, water management, and training in agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move to the keynote address that will be given by Dr. Stacy Richards Kennedy, Pro Vice Chancellor, Global Affairs, the University of the West Indies. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to give you a little information on Dr. Kennedy. Dr. Kennedy is the PVC for Global Affairs at the UA and leads the university's global engagement portfolio and is responsible for coordinating internationalization and strategic global initiatives across all the UWI campuses. Dr. Kennedy has over 20 years experience in multilateral negotiations, development management, and international finance. Prior to joining the UA, she served as Assistant Resident Representative of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, for Trinidad and Tobago, Aruba, Curacao, and St. Martin, as Chief Technical Advisor for the Inter-American Development Bank, Consultant with the World Bank, and Program Specialist for UNESCO. Since 2016, Dr. Richards Kennedy held the portfolio of Director of the University Office of Development and subsequently the University Office of Global Partnerships and Sustainable Futures, and played a pivotal role in deepening the UA's collaborations with multilateral development partners, international foundations, and university consortia. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Stacy Richards Kennedy for the keynote address. Dr. Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Chair, Professor Tanisha Stevenson. What an honor it is to join all of you for the opening ceremony of this workshop on building climate change resilience. Permit me at the onset to recognize some of our key partners and some dear colleagues, Professor Michael Taylor, Ms. Elizabeth Emanuel, Dr. Georgiana Gordon-Strawn, Mr. Winston Shaw, and Ms. Erica Horton. And special thanks to Professor Taylor, Dr. Rankin, and the other organizers for inviting me to speak at this very important and timely workshop, bringing together such a wide range of strategic partners from across the region and internationally. Distinguished colleagues, excellent universities educate, generate new knowledge, and through the application of this knowledge, provide solutions to the development challenges faced by the communities they serve. At the University of the West Indies, we take our mission very seriously. We advance learning, create knowledge, and foster innovation for the positive transformation of the Caribbean and the wider world. Many may not know this, but over 7 decades ago, the UWI was set up based on the developmental university model to mold and harness the region's capacity for economic and social advancement. As our dear former Vice Chancellor Rex Nettleford used to say, the regional UWI is the region's greatest gift to itself. Without a doubt, higher education institutions play an even more critical role, in particular, in shaping post-colonial societies by unleashing the potential of knowledge, creativity, and innovation to nurture talent, build competitiveness, uplift communities, and importantly, contribute to nation building. And I must say that when I perused the agenda for this 3-day workshop, I felt a deep sense of pride. The focus on crop modeling, climate smart issues, and innovative Caribbean impact assessment tools, all very important, all very much needed, and all impactful for our region. Infusing innovation into traditional agro-food systems and leveraging a range of homegrown responses to the challenges which threaten food and nutrition security of the region, this, distinguished colleagues, this is how the UWI, working closely with each of you, puts knowledge in the service of Caribbean development. According to the UNFCCC, there have been major challenges and major changes to the world's climate in recent years. And I quote, "The 2017 Atlantic hurricane season was the most devastating and costliest on record. In 2018 also, unprecedented cyclones hit Mozambique. In 2019, the Chilean storms flooded the Atacama. Hurricane Dorian wreaked havoc in the Bahamas. European heat waves were the hottest on record, with over 1,500 deaths in France alone. And in India, 9 million people in Chennai faced severe water shortages from drought. In early 2020, temperatures of more than 20 degrees Celsius were recorded for the first time in the Antarctic. And the Arctic summer ended with very little sea ice. Wildfires in California were the worst on record. Severe hurricanes and cyclones continued to hit many countries, from Bangladesh and the Philippines to Hurricane Eta in the Caribbean. These facts and the compelling scientific evidence of the growing impacts from climate change across all sectors mean that business as usual is no longer an option for any country, city, community, individual, business, or financial institution." End of quote. Closer to home, we have all witnessed the devastation of Hurricanes Ivan, Irma, Maria, and observed the damage left in their wake across many islands, including Grenada, Bahamas, Barbuda, Dominica, and many more. In a matter of minutes, these hurricanes claimed many lives, destroyed families, and devastated livelihoods. Economies were severely impacted. Key sectors, such as agriculture, were destroyed, resulting in prolonged periods of hardship for these populations. Unfortunately, with the accelerating rate of climate change, these types of extreme climatic events are no longer occurring once every 50 years or even once every 20 years, but now happen almost on an annual basis. This forces all countries to move beyond adapting to the immediate challenges of climate change to also adopting a more medium and long-term approach to strengthening food security and climate resilience for the future. As we all know, we are at a critical juncture in the international discourse around climate change and development. Last year's IPCC report represented a code red for humanity, warning of increasingly extreme heat waves, droughts, and flooding, and a key temperature limit being broken in just over a decade if the world fails to act and fails to act fast. The UWI has been doing its part, thanks to our dedicated scientists and staff across our 5 campuses, and the work doing with a range of partners, as you've heard from our previous speakers, and particularly the work of our eminent climate studies group, MONA, who have been at the forefront of science, drawing attention to the current and emerging threats of climate change. Although small and relatively young compared to other international universities, the UWI has a notably high number of scholars who are either lead or contributing authors to consecutive IPCC assessment reports. Several decades of this type of outstanding teaching and research and advocacy on climate change and sustainable development issues has led to the International Association of Universities nominating the UWI in 2018 to be the lead university on SDG 13 climate action in its global cluster on higher education and research for sustainable development. UWI is also proud to co-chair the Commonwealth Climate and Resilience Network. And I'm sure that you can all appreciate how very important this work is, given that never before have universities been so central to the global development agenda, directly contributing to strengthening the science policy interface, to skills building, to generating innovative have an immediate impact on lives. Last October, colleagues, the UWI formally launched its first ever virtual hub, harnessing the regional UWI expertise, change, resilience, disaster reduction, and sustainability. This hub, our Global Institute for Climate, Smart and Resilient Development, effectively brings together UWI expertise from across our campuses and harnesses our expertise for the most pressing climate change challenges facing our region. It's in many of the nationally recognized scholars, Professor John Patrick McCall, Donovan Campbell, Dr. David Smith, Dr. Evangeline Innes-Springer, Dr. Hugh Seeley, Dr. Emily Dick-Ford, and Mr. Jeremy Collymore. And I signal them out because of their dedicated contribution and hard work to promoting the importance of leveraging university research to advance climate action. Drawing on the research ecosystem across WI, the global is able to foster linkages with various partners, eliminating silos and encouraging collaboration, the exploitation of synergies, and maximizing the impact and effectiveness of collective development efforts. As the Global Climate Smart Institute presses ahead with its work program during its first year of operation, we look forward to strengthening our collaborations with regional partners to execute a robust portfolio of impactful projects across the region. UWI also plays a critical role in the application of digital technologies to support just and equitable transition of the region's food systems. In part, this requires regular, structured, and brokered linkages with the key science policy interfaces to build the bidirectional communication between our researchers and policymakers. Today's workshop on climate smart agriculture will bring significant benefits to the Caribbean region, as it will help to boost local and regional food production. Distinguished colleagues, as you heard earlier from Dr. Georgiana Gordon-Strachan, the region's food import bill currently stands at US $5 billion, and any action that can help reduce this figure will have a significant impact on reducing the foreign exchange outflows and encouraging new business opportunities along the agriculture value chain. However, this has to be done in a sustainable manner to ensure long-term viability. Changes in rainfall and temperature patterns are increasing the frequency of agroclimatic events across the region. The region remains particularly vulnerable, which threaten the food production systems that underpin food and nutritional security across the region. Without a doubt, the frequency and severity of storms in our region will continue to impact our agricultural practices. And for this reason, we have to infuse innovation into agriculture so that our region can be more self-sufficient. Let me share with you some very interesting statistics from the Pan American Health Organization. In their regional overview of food security and nutrition 2021, PAHO noted, in 2020, 59.7 million people suffered from hunger. Between 2019 and 2020, the prevalence of hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean increased by 2 percentage points. This rise means that roughly 13.8 million more people suffered from hunger in 2020 than in the preceding year, 2019. The report goes further to highlight that a rise of 9 percentage points over the aforementioned period would mean that 51% of the population in Latin America and the Caribbean would now be categorized as moderately or severely food insecure, which translates to 267 million people whose human right to food is not being met. Here in the Caribbean, even though our islands are small, there are significant microclimatic variations within countries. I'm advised, for example, that the average rainfall in southern plains of Jamaica, the breadbasket region of the country, is about 30% lower than the national average, thus making rain-fed agriculture a risky business for farmers. And I listened attentively to Mr. Shaw's presentation and outlining the important work and projects that RADA is currently engaged in across Jamaica. Thus, tools such as the Decision Support System for Agrotechnology Transfer, DSAT, which supports the smart design of efficient water and crop management systems, are of high priority for all countries across the region. Additionally, digital tools will assist farmers in making better decisions as climate change creates uncertainty and reliance on traditional knowledge could become unreliable. Ultimate aim is to help farmers and other agriculture stakeholders manage current and future climate risks. The convergence and debilitating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated food shortages, and this underscores why we need to change the narrative about agriculture and why it is important to have such a discussion now. We need to be the impetus for greater access to locally and regionally produced food and to healthier food options in order for us to have a healthy and sustainable region. So this training on climate smart agriculture and digital technologies is thus very timely as countries continue to grapple not only with the effects of climate change, but also with the fiscal implications of the pandemic and the need to ensure food security. Emerging digital tools, such as the ones to be shared at this workshop, and data infrastructure are crucial to growth and sustainability, as agribusinesses will be a major growth pool to strengthen and diversify economies across the region. Distinguished colleagues, as I close, I would like to once again thank the organizers of this very important event and all our participants, all our partners, CARDI, RADA, CRIF SPC, IDB, CIF, and many others. Thank you for your support for the work that is being done by the University of the West Indies. As you would have heard, during this UN-declared decade of action, we are called on as a university to intensify our climate action and to mainstream sustainability thinking into all that we do. Never before in the history of our global community have research, science, and knowledge been so widely recognized for their direct contribution to advancing sustainable development. The UWI will continue to harness its regional and global networks of knowledge, innovation, and entrepreneurship to create development solutions and to uplift the communities we serve. Our regional university, working with all of our partners, will continue to be a driving force for revitalizing Caribbean development. So let's get on with it. Let's work together. And I thank you for inviting me. I wish you all an engaging and productive workshop. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PVC. Food security, climate advocacy, leadership, regional expertise, the Global Institute, the digital technologies, innovation, partnerships, all at work in the region and at work at the UA. Thank you, PVC. We'll now invite Ms. Erica Horton, Program Manager, Caribbean Regional Track PPCR, to move the vote of thanks.
Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy, Vice Chancellor, Global Affairs at the UWI. Professor Stevenson, Head of the Department of Physics at the UWI Mona. Reverend Michael Card, Ms. Emmanuel from the International Development Consultant. Dr. Gordon Strawn, Director of the PPCR Caribbean Regional Track. Mr. Winston Shaw of RADA. Professor Michael Taylor, and I must mention as well Mrs. Dion Clark Harris of CARDI, other representatives of the Climate Studies Group MONA, CARDI, CRIF, the Climate Investment Funds, and the IDB, or valued participants joining here in person and online, a very good morning to you all. It is indeed my honor to deliver the vote of thanks. Just saying thanks can never repay all the persons and entities named just now and during the opening ceremony for their support and dedication to the climate resilience efforts in the Caribbean, the PPCR project, and this workshop in particular, innovative tools, emerging digital applications in climate smart agriculture. I must thank you all, especially for waiting so patiently this morning while we sorted out our technology issues. We got off to a late start, but I note that over 100 participants were still online, and all of the persons so named for our opening were still awaiting the start. Thank you for that. Allow me this brief moment, however, to particularly express our profound gratitude to Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy, the Pro Vice Chancellor, Global Affairs at the UWI, for delivering an excellent keynote address. Dr. Richards Kennedy highlighted the importance of learning institutions, the UWI in particular, in facilitating these types of training events. We understood from the address the global context and impacts of climate change to the food security sector in particular, as the conference today focuses on food security. We learned of the UWI's lead in the climate change discourse and action, and there are various agencies and institutes and initiatives that the UWI is a part of that I myself was not aware of, and I will continue to do some research on those. Dr. Richards Kennedy, thank you for accepting the invite and taking the time to prepare and deliver the keynote address. We are most appreciative, and as you said in closing, we will be getting on with it as we continue our efforts to advance the climate resilience within the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Horton. And with that, colleagues all, we come to the end of our opening ceremony. Again, we thank you so much for participating.
Okay, colleagues. Morning. Just everybody's doing very well. Thank you so very much for joining us for the main aspect of the workshop. I trust many of you would have had a wonderful time. I trust also that you would have seen from the agenda that was sent out. We did a flip book as well, sending to everyone to let you see exactly what we have planned. The workshop actually is, as you would have heard, funded by the Caribbean Regional Track of the PPCR with co-financing from the CCRIF SPC. We also do have support, and I would want to acknowledge them very much, from the Special Climate Change Adaptation Fund that actually helped with the funding for the development of the ACCEPT tool, which we are going to be showcasing later on. And further, a paper was published from that work, which is the first paper of its kind to have a publication of work done on cassava with a 2021 model in 2021. So I want to thank them. It was implemented by the Environmental Foundation of Jamaica and through Red Stripe Farms, Dinners and Geddes, and a number of other agencies. So I want to thank them as well. I want to also thank the Jeff Small Grants Program that also provides co-financing for one of the activities that we do. With that said, let me take your attention to the agenda. You'd have seen the objectives of the workshop. We want to build awareness of climate resilience options in the Caribbean's agriculture sector. We, of course, want to demonstrate the value added of crop simulation modeling as an option for intervention in a time when we don't know what the future holds, especially in the face of climate change. We are going to be providing hands-on experience with a number of different tools, ACCEPT, Agri, CSAC, artificial intelligence for actually monitoring what happens in reef, the coral reef. And of course, we want to also look at a couple of tools and climate services products, that's available for the agriculture sector. And these are interesting products that are actually in circulation now. A number of them have been duly customized for the respective sectors. So they're not just generic bulletins, but they're customized, for example, for the agriculture sector, for the tourism sector, and so on. And we'll have our good friends from the CIMH joining us for that, and also we'll have persons from the local Met Service. And of course, we are going to have an opportunity for persons to interrogate our donors. We'll have the Green Climate Fund on day 3. I want to give a big shout out to Ms. Dr. Orville Gray, who is joining us from Seoul, South Korea, at a time when many of us would be asleep by local time. He'll join us, as well as somebody from the Climate Change Division. We're very, 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 very happy to have them, and also the CCRIF SPC as well. So just to say to everybody, there's a few housekeeping matters I want everybody to remember. Number one, we do have a few spaces in the virtual lab. We're broadcasting live from the virtual lab of the Department of Physics. We have a few spaces for face-to-face. If you are interested, then you need to speak with Mr. Michael Card, 850-3678. We'll check to see if you can be accommodated. Otherwise, you can join us online. We have a very interactive workshop. It's not going to be a talk shop where we just talk, and you just listen. We have a number of interactive exercises. Dr. Jacka Campbell will be coming with an intriguing one after a presentation that we're going to have after Professor Taylor's. For those of you who are in the room, you must mute your laptops, of course, and because it's a studio, we don't facilitate talking except through the designated microphone, and we've asked everybody to take their headsets with them. For those of you that are online, I have asked for a summary of the participants. I know we have persons scattered right throughout the Caribbean. I know, for example, we have persons from the UK, we have persons from the United States joining us, we have persons from South Korea, as I mentioned before. I do know that we have persons from Trinidad, Grenada, Barbados, a number of other agencies and locations, with 144 persons online and additional persons on Zoom. On YouTube, it wouldn't be possible for us to do an introduction to everybody. But if you can, please go ahead and type in the chat where you're from. Just give us a little heads up of what institution you're from, what country. And our rapporteur, Ms. Maya Thomas, will be very happy for that information, because it allows us to give a more accurate record to our donors and our sponsors of exactly how many persons participated, where they were from, and so on. So, with that said, let me now turn the field over to Professor Michael Taylor, And Professor Taylor doesn't like when we do the long introduction, but Prof is really, really a gem among scientists. Professor Taylor, of course, is the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology. He's also the co-director of the Climate Studies Group, MONA. And this group has been pioneering climate research for over 30 years in the Caribbean. He's a chief lead author for the IPCC, as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and you would know that this 1.5 to stay alive thing got significant impetus when he pioneered a report to demonstrate that 1.5 was not just an arbitrary target, but it actually represents a real existential threat for small island developing states, especially those of the Caribbean. He's a very, very diligent, outstanding scientist, has more accolades than I can even begin to discuss. So I want to say, and of course his bio is in the flip book that has been shared with you all. Without much further ado, I want to ask Professor Taylor, Prof, to please grace us with his presence, Prof, and take it over. And tell us what is at stake really in this whole 1.5 dilemma and what it really means, especially in the context of climate change. Thank you so much, Prof. Take care.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rankin. And thanks, colleagues, for having me at this workshop. Really appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm really presenting work that has been done across the region. And as you have heard, really, I'm a climate scientist, not an agricultural specialist. So I'm really going to talk about a little bit of science. In fact, what I've really been asked to do is just set a quick general overview and context of climate science with respect to the Caribbean and why, this is important, especially for the agricultural sector. Having said that, though, I start with an apology because in truth, there's nothing that I'm going to say that I do not think is very well known to all the participants on this at this workshop. And so I'm going to ask you to bear with me that I'm going to say a lot of things that you probably already know, but there is no harm, one, in the retelling. But secondly, really, I'm going to use the regional science in a context to try to lay down a perspective about what perhaps is at stake for the Caribbean and with specific references to the agricultural sector, bearing in mind, I am not an agricultural specialist. So if you accept my apology, that I am really not saying anything new, but I'm going to try to put it in a particular perspective. Then let's go. Very quickly, what I want to do in this very quick presentation is tell you three things about the science. And I'm going to tell you the science of 1.5 degrees. So three things from the science about 1.5 degrees and the Caribbean. The whole talk is really aimed at why does 1.5 pose a dilemma for the Caribbean? And what is it indicating to the region, including the agricultural sector, about how the region should respond? So three things from the science about 1.5 degrees and the Caribbean. But let me begin first by just setting a very, very quick context. The context that I want to set is this. We know that the Caribbean from very early into that to the 2000s has been advocating very strongly for 1.5 degrees. I think we all know the mantra 1.5 to stay alive. And in advocating for 1.5 degrees, what they were advocating is that when we compare how much we have warmed by the end of this century to how much we were warming at pre-industrial times, the beginning of the, somewhere around the 1900s, we are advocating that the world should not warm by more than 1.5 degrees over pre-industrial times. It is a large part the Caribbean advocacy that allowed for the 1.5 degrees to be written into the Paris Agreement. So in 2015, the Paris Agreement came out and said, okay, almost as a little bit of an, I would want to say an addendum, an afterthought in the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement says we're going to, as a world, aspire to hold the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 above pre-industrial levels, so no more than 2 degrees warming above pre-industrial levels, and pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. I want to think, and there's strong evidence to support the Caribbean made sure that that last part, pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees, was in that agreement. Because of that, somewhere around 2018, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the UN's Panel on Climate Change, produced a special report devoted to 1.5 degrees. Very important report. It talked about whether there are pathways to 1.5 degrees, what will happen at 1.5 degrees, lots of elements about 1.5 degrees. And it was a significant and landmark report. And many people from the Caribbean contributed to that report. So much so then that we come to last year, the COP26 in the UK, and we get the Glasgow Climate Pact. And one of the things the Caribbean was putting on the table at COP26 was it must reaffirm or recognize 1.5 degrees. And they got that written into the Glasgow Climate Pact. So one of the successes of the COP26, even if it wasn't entirely a success, was a reaffirmation that we must pursue efforts to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. And it got more prominence in the pact. In that context, then, in this talk, it seems that for the Caribbean, because it's something we have put forward, 1.5 degrees is very important. And so very quickly, here are 3 things the science is saying about 1.5 degrees and the Caribbean, a mark that we put down, which I think is very important for us to take away in the Caribbean, which speaks to a dilemma and speaks to a response. So first thing that I think the science is telling us about is this: 1.5 for us in the region is a challenge. Let me say that again. 1.5 for us in the region is a challenge. Where am I getting this from? The truth is, if you take up, for example, the latest IPCC report, the 6th assessment report, one of the things that comes across very clearly is that if we look on ourselves compared to pre-industrial times, we are already at 1.1 degree. And at 1.1 degree, our region is already challenged to cope. So look on the IPCC's assessment report. It has a statement like what you see on the screen. Each of the last 4 decades has been successively warmer. And then it comes down to the latest decade where we are 1.09 degrees higher than we were in pre-industrial times. We have already as a world warmed by 1.1 degrees. And this is posing a challenge for us. What does that 1.1 degree of global warming mean for us in the Caribbean? Well, I think you know it. Pulling from Caribbean science, here is science done at the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. It means that we have already seen hotter times. And so if you look, for example, on the number of really, really hot days, which is what the diagram is trying to show you, coming from the 1980s to the present, the darker it gets is the more occurrence of really, really hot days we're having in the Lesser Antilles. And you see that the hotter days are spreading in the vertical over more of the year. And so the Caribbean science is showing that 1.1 degree we have seen already, it translates into increasing temperatures in the Caribbean. It increased, for example, to an average of about 23 more really, really hot days and nights, which translates into earlier and longer summers seemingly in the Caribbean and warming across both land and ocean. But you knew that already. But 1.1 degree means we are getting hotter. We are not excluded from the Caribbean. More warm days and certainly the increased frequency of more warm nights. Caribbean science is telling us that 1.1 degrees is translating into our rain being more variable. So if you look on the State of the Global Climate Report of last year, again co-authored by colleagues in the Caribbean, but made as a global contribution, you will see our rainfall is very variable. One year it is very high, the next year it is very low, and you keep getting this increased variability in Caribbean rainfall. And other Caribbean researchers suggest that the nature of rain is changing. So we have very, very intense rain. So we'll get dry, but then when it rains, it really rains. That's what that 1.1 degree we have already seen is doing. You also know that 1.1 degree has translated into higher sea levels. Using the Grill in Jamaica as an example, but this is true right across the Caribbean, where you will see the receding beach shorelines. That 1.1 degree means that sea levels are rising at about a rate of 1.7 millimeters per year in the long term, or for us in the Caribbean, about double that in the more recent terms, 3.5 millimeters per year. And of course, that 1.1 degree we have seen already translates into more extremes. So the Caribbean science tells us we have had 2 major region-wide droughts in the last, say, about 12 years. And as well as we are seeing that seemingly an increase in more intense hurricanes, though not all of that may be due to climate change, but it certainly plays a role. Put together, that 1.1 degree we are seeing, or what the science is telling us, is that Caribbean's climate is already changing in multiple ways so that it's not behaving as it used to. Caribbean climate is entering into an era of the unfamiliar. But you knew that already, so I don't think that is anything new. Why is this at all important, and how does it support what I'm saying, that 1.5 therefore represents a challenge? The truth is, Caribbean life depends on a familiarity of climate patterns for development and quality of life. Climate is so much a part of Caribbean existence. It is embedded in how we live. So we plant around the patterns, the temperature and rainfall patterns. We do, we send children to school around this. We play sports around this. We do certain environmental activities around this. We pattern ourselves around these climate patterns. It's also true that where we live, is very dependent on climate, kind of behaving familiar, because we either live on really steep slopes or limited coastal plains, but wherever you take it, both have this vulnerability to climate. And so we need climate to behave how we think it should behave so that we can live. And then the economic and well-being of our countries are very strongly linked to climate. Agriculture, tourism, fisheries, mining, well-being, diseases, recreation, critical livelihood sectors, water and energy, all intimately bound up. And so what I'm really trying to say, we have developed a way of life in the Caribbean and quality of life and our development around what we expect climate to be. Not that we expect it to be good all the time, but when it varies, it must even vary how we expect it to vary. What is happening with what I've just described is that climate is now introducing that element of the unfamiliar. So it's introducing that element of the unexpected. And with that element of the unexpected, it's rendering our development pillars as unreliable. What on earth do I mean? I mean this. There's a really high expectation placed on certain Caribbean sectors to contribute to economic development, including the agricultural sector. I reached for this. It really was a quote from 2019, not too long ago, where in Jamaica, where the then agricultural minister made this very strong statement. It cannot be lost on us that agriculture is a primary pillar of economic growth. I think this is true right across the region. Even if not the main pillar, it is a primary pillar of economic growth. And my argument is with this 1.1 we have already seen, it's rendering some of the development pillars in the Caribbean unreliable by introducing this unfamiliarity. Perhaps in this graph, this is the agricultural productivity index for Jamaica. And you can see that every time agriculture wanted to perform, a climate event pulled it back down. It's that kind of unreliability. And it didn't matter whether it was a storm or it was a drought, climate simply introduced the element that you cannot depend on agriculture to consistently perform. But I don't want to beat up on the agricultural sector because this is really true right across the region. It's not just to the agricultural sector that cannot perform, it's other development pillar sectors as well. So for example, beaches are succumbing or coral reefs are dying, but that's linked to the tourism sector. Water is being knocked out or water supplies are failing. That's the water sector. Roads are being left in a deplorable condition or communities cut off. That's the infrastructure sector. Health sectors are being closed. That's the health sector. And you get the idea. The 1.1 degree we are seeing is rendering those pillars which we are depending on for development as simply unreliable. Let's stretch this then. Well, if 1.1 degrees doing that, it is very likely that 1.5 degree will continue the pattern. And again, I'm pulling on Caribbean science done within the region which supports this. So under the Caribbean Climate 1.5 project, we learned that there will be 40% less hydropower in Suriname. The regional cost of damages will be 2 to 3% higher at 1.5 degrees. There'll be diminished agricultural productivity in Jamaica. Aridity will increase by 4%, and the right hand shows airports and seaports in St. Lucia that will be inundated on the coastal infrastructure at 1.5 degrees. I think you get the point that I'm trying to make, that at 1.1, where our development pillars are already being rendered unreliable, so much so this will continue at 1.5 degrees. Let me end this point then by just probably trying to pick up a few things, which in my mind speak to why this is relevant to the agricultural sector. What I'm saying is that at 1.5 degrees, the climate, at 1.5 degrees climate, change, agriculture will be challenged to reliably deliver. Why? Well, one, agricultural practices are at present too dependent and pattern on expected seasonality of occurrence. That's what's happening now at 1.1 degrees. Why? Because the other determinants of agricultural productivity, so even if agriculture was performing, the other determinants of agricultural productivity, for example, water quality, quantity, and availability, road and transportation network, energy and other utilities, they in the Caribbean are too climate sensitive and they cannot consistently deliver for agriculture so that agriculture can deliver. And then probably a third reason is simply this. We now know that the climate extremes in our region and elsewhere in the world, which characterize the era of unfamiliarity, introduce unexpected and unpredictable surges and lulls in demand for food and food produce. And this therefore demands a flexibility within the agricultural sector in the Caribbean, which does not currently exist. So how much more at 1.5 degrees will the agriculture sector be able to reliably deliver if at present these characterize the agricultural sector? So first reason, what does the science say about 1.5 and the Caribbean? It says, listen, 1.5, though we advocated for it, represents a challenge for the Caribbean region. 1.5 is greater than the 1 degree we have already seen. And that 1 degree mark is marked by an unfamiliar climate, which is already rendering regional development pillars unreliable. Very quickly then, what else does the science say about 1.5 degrees and the Caribbean? Well, if the science makes the clear case that I just presented, that even though the Caribbean advocated for 1.5 degrees, 1.5 degrees is going to represent a clear challenge because it's going to render our development pillars unreliable, as it is already doing. Then it also says that 1.5 degrees is for the Caribbean a chance. That's a little different line. Yes, it is a challenge, but it also represents for the Caribbean region a chance. Let me try to quickly explain what on earth I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. The science and the latest science, so I'm pulling here from the IPCC 6 assessment report, makes it very clear that right now, if we take up what the emissions we are producing and what the world has committed to in reductions, we're still heading for 2 degrees or more by the end of this century. Put it another way, warming of 1.5 and 2 degrees will be exceeded during the current century and not very far away. Well, where am I going with this? When we head for 2 degrees or more by the end of the century, this is going to pose a significant challenge for us in the region. We're heading for even hotter times, again, pulling on the work of the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. By the time we hit the end of the century, under the worst case scenarios, so if you look on the graph, the black shows where we are going in terms of heat impact potential from hot days during the heat season in the Leeward Islands. By the time we hit the end of the century, the heat impact will be at 100% versus what we are seeing now. Or we may be in the Caribbean up to 3 or 4 degrees warm as well by the end of the century under the worst case scenarios. We may have up to 98% of our days being hot and only 2% being cool under the worst case scenarios. But you knew that already. You also know that we are heading for even drier conditions. Again, I'm pulling from the IPCC report. And it showed that when we look on the changes in average precipitation in the Caribbean in the diagram, you can see it gets browner and browner as you go towards the right. And as you go towards 1.5, 2, 3, 4 degrees, that's the impact of higher warming on our rainfall. We're getting drier. And you also should know that the dryer is spreading across the entire year. So we'll still be variable, but we may be up to 40% drier by the end of the century. Some of the Caribbean science shows shorter rainy seasons, longer, more severe droughts. You know that we will see even higher sea levels. Anywhere up to 1 meter is about the projection for the Caribbean. And the science says this means increased inundation and enhanced shoreline retreat. And you also know it will be more intense extremes, again, pulling on the Caribbean research. By the time we reach the 2090s, you know, under one of the worst case scenarios, 34% of the time, we may be in moderate extreme or severe drought, as well as storms with higher rainfall rates and stronger winds. Put it together, the science says, boy, we are heading for a future right now based on our actions, which will be marked by a regime outside of the bounds we have currently lived in, climate bounds that we have currently lived in, or a regime that will be marked by the unprecedented. We're heading for up to 4 degrees in the future. We have only seen 1. We're heading for 40% drier. We've never lived through that. We're heading for more intense extremes and 1 meter sea level versus the 3.5 we have seen already. We're heading for a regime marked by the unprecedented. Where am I going with this? The truth is, when we get unprecedented climate, it means unprecedented impacts. And we get a glimpse of that through when we have had really unprecedented years in recent times. So in 2017, when we had the 3 category 5s, or 2019, when we had Hurricane Dorian stalling, or in 2020, we exceeded the alphabet and moved over, we saw the unprecedented impacts. And the unprecedented impacts that are to come and be sustained will challenge all our development goals. The thing we have signed on to for about quality of life and standard of living will be delayed in an era of unprecedented climate, including, of course, development goal number 2, which is the goal for zero hunger. But where am I going? If I have said this, you know, what am I really saying with this? If I zone in on agriculture a bit, I am trying to say, listen, at 2 degrees or higher, the development goals for the agricultural sector. So no, not just what agriculture is presently doing, but what it hopes to do for the region will be unattainable. Why can I make this kind of statement? Because 1, the projected shocks to the agricultural sector and the other sectors that help to determine agricultural productivity will also be unprecedented, significant, and sometimes outside the bound of our lived experience to date. Just pulling on some of the data from the IPCC report, they expect global undernourished to really be significantly increased at higher temperatures. And then you think about, they also project that the nutritional quality of important food crops will be significantly reduced. Add to that, that there's going to be a significant expansion of the most vulnerable and the emergence of new classes of vulnerable. I want to say in that new class of vulnerable, if you just think of how many people, for example, we are going to be exposed to deadly heat, including in the Caribbean. Remember what I spoke about, the 98% of the days being extremely hot or by current standards. That includes the farmers and all the other people in the agricultural sector who have an outdoor existence. The expansion of the most vulnerable, who are most vulnerable, and the emergence of a new class of vulnerable. And then, of course, there are going to be dramatic increases in an unprecedented climate in the cost to deliver agriculture. And, you know, because of the increases in the things required to support agriculture. Dramatic increases in energy for cooling, for water, and, you know, dramatic increases in the cost to put up resilient infrastructures. Put it together, At 2 degrees or more, the development goals for the agriculture will be pushed further and further away and become unattainable. Why then have I argued that 1.5 represents a chance? This is the slide to make that argument. But at 1.5 degrees, perhaps there is a chance, even though it's a challenge, of a more livable future than a higher temperature attainment goal. So again, pulling from the latest IPCC report, it makes the case very clearly. If you look on the far left, the IPCC report says that 10-year extreme temperature event is 4.1 times more likely to occur under 1.5 degrees. So it does represent a challenge, but it is 5.6 times more likely to occur at 2 degrees and 9.4 at 4 degrees. That 50-year attempt, that extreme event, it's 8.6 times at 1.5, but it's 13.9 times at 2, and you get the idea. That 10-year precipitation, heavy precipitation event over land, 1.5 at 1.5, but 1.7 at 2 and 2.7 times at 4. That agriculture and ecological drought 10-year event, twice the time more likely to occur at 1.5, but it is 2.4 times more likely to occur at 2. All of these are comparisons, of course, to the pre-industrial period. The point is, though 1.5 is a challenge, it does represent a chance of a more livable future than where we are currently headed, the higher temperatures we are currently headed. What am I saying then? What does the science say about 1.5 in the Caribbean? It says that 1.5 represents a challenge. 1.5 is greater than the 1 degree we have already seen, which is marked by an unfamiliar climate in which regional development pillars are already unreliable. But 1.5 represents a chance because 1.5 is less than the more than 2 degrees we are headed for, which will be marked by an unprecedented climate in which regional development goals will be unattainable. What I have summed up for you right there is the dilemma of 1.5 degrees. On the one hand, a challenge, but on the other hand, a chance. Let me end then by saying the science tells us one more thing. The science doesn't just throw at us the dilemma of 1.5 degrees, the challenge, but the chance. But the science throws on us the last thing, that at 1.5 degrees, we have no choice. You know what I'm referring to here? I'm referring to this. I'm pulling here now from the State of the Caribbean Climate Report produced last year by Caribbean scientists, which if you really want a document that gives you a good idea of what's happening with respect to climate in the Caribbean, look on, pull for this document. It says, given recent experiences and future projections, it seems clear that the Caribbean can no longer afford the cost of catastrophic consequences of climate change. You heard that in the talks this morning, nor can it afford not to respond to climate change. 1.5, the dilemma of 1.5 says we have to go after solutions that respond to the dilemma imposed by 1.5. What's the dilemma imposed by 1.5? It's a challenge, but it's also a chance. So let me end this by saying, the good thing about the science of 1.5 is that it throws as well, what are some of the responses that we need to put up? It's clear that we have to pursue in the region a strong mitigation agenda, well over the world, because it's the only way to capitalize on the chance that 1.5 offers. By mitigation, it means we have to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And the latest science tells us how much. We have to cut it by nearly half by the time we reach mid-century, all right? If we are going to have a chance of getting to 1.5, if we're ever going to be able to build on that chance that 1.5 degrees offers. Okay, so in the Caribbean region, we have to contribute to that strong mitigation agenda. For us in the Caribbean, that's energy, that's what we do with waste, that's how we treat our oceans, that's what we do in transportation, and that's land use. Land use. Can you see then that agriculture has a role to play in this strong pursuit of an agenda? So the agriculture sector first has to quickly come to terms with its potentially significant role as a mitigation advocate. In fact, the IPCC reports confirm that there is a key and important role for the agricultural sector in stabilizing global temperatures at 1.5 degrees. We can't reach it unless the agricultural sector is a partner in pursuing mitigation. We can't reach 1.5. So it has to quickly come to terms with some things, like the farm practices have to be such that they reduce emissions, but that they remove emissions, and that they reduce the emissions from degradation. The energy use has to be such that it allows the chance for 1.5 degrees. The transportation has to be such in the agricultural sector. And then the agricultural sector has this unique ability to influence consumer choice. So you have to encourage consumers to shift to healthier, low emissions diets. What am I saying? It gives us no choice. We have to pursue a mitigation agenda if we're going to capitalize on the chance 1.5 offers. Very quickly, we also have to pursue an unavoidable adaptation agenda. Why? Because we'll be the only way to live with the challenge that 1.5 is bringing. And we have to adapt across all areas. So it's not just in agriculture, health, forestry, water, coastal areas. But importantly, the agricultural sector has to be at the table, not only for its plans, but for plans at every other sector that are the co-determinants of its ability to perform are putting on the table. But the agricultural sector too must have adaptation plans. There are so many that I could never put them there. But what you want are plans that are comprehensive, that are targeted, and that are innovative. So for example, comprehensive, agriculture must not just target its farmers and things like pests, but it must target water, and it must look at the energy. It must deal with food insecurity, low livestock productivity, social vulnerability. So CCRIF being at the table is very important, for example, crop insurance, but it has to have its adaptation agenda. Why? Because 1.5 a challenge as much as it has. Quickly, 1.5 tells us we have to pursue a comprehensive scale-up research agenda in the Caribbean, because it's the only way we will enable mitigation and adaptation. If I were to put down the priorities for research, establishing and making clear the priorities and co-benefits and trade-offs when we're pursuing mitigation and adaptation, the things we pursue will not always be win-wins. And what we do in one sector may not be a win. We have to figure out what those trade-offs and co-benefits are so we don't make the problem worse. The research has to propose new models of leadership and governance, finance, how private and public sector come into play. The research has to rethink sustainable technologies and infrastructure to facilitate the climate smart and climate resilience agriculture you heard about. It has to enable the integration of early warning, risk monitoring, emergency preparedness and management. It has to account for the inhomogeneity of agricultural impact, of climate impact, Climate does not impact everybody and everywhere the same way. It has to account for that. And then, of course, one in red, because it directly speaks it. The research has to yield innovation and new technologies that are suitable for the Caribbean reality. So we have to pursue a comprehensive scale-up agenda. 1.5 says that. We have to pursue a structured education agenda. That's the importance of this workshop. We have to pursue a deliberately collaborative agenda. And again, that's what this workshop is saying. It's not just academia, it's academia and private sector and community and government and civil society. Why? Because climate change's challenges dwarfs the limited human, financial, and technical resources of any single Caribbean country or any single part of our country. And therefore, we have enough proof that it's the collective approach that's going to make the difference. And when we pursue these things that 1.5 is throwing on the table, then that's the pursuit to resilience. That is why I'm saying that 1.5 leaves us with no choice. It tells us we have to pursue the solutions to respond to its dilemma, and it even points us in the direction of the solutions we must pursue. So let me end then. What does the science say about 1.5 and the Caribbean? Three simple things. If you take the science, the global science and the science we're doing here in the region, it says 1.5 represents a challenge. Why? It's greater than the 1 degree we have already seen, which is already making the regional development pillars unreliable. But it represents for us a chance. Why? Because it's less than the 2 degrees we're heading for, which will be marked by regional development goals that are unattainable. That's the dilemma of 1.5 degrees, dealing with the challenge, but also seeing it as a chance. And then, of course, lastly, 1.5 leaves us with no choice. What does that mean? 1.5 shows us that we must respond to climate change in very definitive ways that will confront the challenge it will bring, you know, at 1.5, but at the same time contribute to the chance it will offer for a livable future. 1.5 leaves us no choice. What am I saying? If you forget everything else, dealing with climate change is not beyond us in the Caribbean. It's really just for us to put our minds to it. Thank you for allowing me to give this little contextual talk. And I'm looking forward to what else will come out of this workshop.
Well, I am sure you were all very, very thoroughly entertained by Prof. Taylor. I'm now going to hand over to Steve Maxime, who has been collating questions from both Zoom and YouTube. So, Prof, please don't disappear. Steve, over to you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, all. Prof. Taylor, thanks once again. I never tire of hearing your explanations, and it seems that you've convinced all the people in the chat that I've been able to see here in that they're agreeing with you and making comments, but I have not seen any definitive questions. And no one has questioned your analysis in terms of challenge, chance, and choice. I'm still perusing. I'm not able to see what's happening on YouTube, but I can tell you that on the Zoom chat that there's general agreement. There's some concern, Prof, in terms of how do we really address this? I mean, you've given us some ideas, but do you want to expound on what other mechanisms you think are in place for addressing it outside of the digital tools that we'll be discussing in the next 2 days, Prof?
Boy, I think if we started, I think if we started, I don't know where you'd want me to put the emphasis on. And I think I'll get at that. Allow the science to guide us. It's pointing us in some clear directions. So we have to clearly look at the mitigation, and whether the tools or whether it's strategies. And I spoke to some of them. It's the energy, what is, and in truth, the people in this workshop know better the ways than I do. Is that the carpooling? Is that the renewable energy? What is it? Look on the waste, look on the transportation. They know. But I pointed to, what are the adaptation strategies? Again, you know these things. Is that the water harvesting? Is that the agro? Because it is a more regulated environment? Is that the insurance bringing that? Is that the policy about where to plant? There's so many, you understand? But I was making a strong case, and I hope you heard it, that we must leave out the research. And I'm making this strong case because in the Caribbean region, and it's not just really in the agricultural sector, we tend to often pull on an outside solution. And an outside solution doesn't necessarily provide the right solution. So we need the contextual research, contextual discussion. And that's why I'm very glad for this workshop, which is putting some contextual solutions on the table. But I don't know if we have the time, but I think it will emerge over the course of the workshop, because I'm looking forward to what is going to be delivered.
But Prof, one of the things that concerns me, and it's something that you highlighted, is we have a tendency to concentrate on adaptation quite clearly because we want to stay alive. I mean, I think that's understandable. But we keep using the word resilience. And if I recall the IPCC definition of resilience, it has to do with stability, conforming, adapting. There's very little mention of mitigation when we talk about resilience, at least by IPCC standards. I wondering if you want to comment on that, because we keep using the word resilience.
Right. And I think my comment would be proceeded. And I think my comment would be really to go back to this very slide that I was saying. For us in the Caribbean, resilience can't rest on one pillar alone. It certainly can't rest on adaptation as the strategy alone. But in the context of the dilemma I presented, adaptation is an absolute necessity because 1.5 will represent a challenge. So even if we manage to get 1.5, it is going to represent a challenge, but it has to represent on all of a number of pillars. And I was trying to name some of those pillars. So mitigation cannot be off the table for the Caribbean region. Mitigation is critical. And of course, the fact that many of the mitigation actions we would pursue would also, yield adaptation benefits. But then there are the other pillars, the education, the collaboration, research. The point I was trying to make is that resilience, one of the points, resilience doesn't rest on any one pillar. Even though we tend to think in the Caribbean, very often when we discuss climate change, we only discuss adaptation, as you have correctly said.
I want to thank you for that, Prof. Taylor. I know that we were off to a rather late start. I know that you have, competing activities. So I want, on behalf of the organizers, and I include myself in that group, to thank you once again, Prof, for enlightening us, to motivating us, and to alerting us to the challenge, the chance, and of course, the fact that we have no choice. And I think this workshop is the ideal setting to get those 3 C's in context, right? So thanks again, Prof. I want to hand over now to Dr. Rankin, and then we'll have a smooth transition into the next session on Are You Climate Smart? Thanks again, Prof.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, the transition is so smooth that we've actually skipped Dr. Rankin and went straight to the Climate Smart session. So we've actually started out and we said that today we're going to give you some presentations and we're going to try our best to make it as interactive as possible. So in the next few minutes, if you're on Zoom, you will actually see a link being posted in the chat. If you're on YouTube, you'll also see a link being posted. We're asking you kindly to just visit that link, and when you visit that link, there are 10 very, 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 very easy questions that we're asking you to answer. It's going to set the context for the remainder of the workshop. It's kind of like a baseline knowledge. So, consider Prof. Taylor's talk to be, your introductory lecture, and consider this to be your introductory quiz. At the end of this quiz, I'm guaranteeing you that you'll feel, refreshed. You will feel like a renewed student. You will be eager to go back to school, because I'm guaranteeing you, you will all be scoring fully high marks on this quiz. So if you're now seeing the link, please go ahead and start. So for those who have not yet or will not be able to actually do the quiz, I'm just going to actually just quickly read through the questions. It asks for the annual rainfall pattern. What best describes the annual rainfall pattern? And you have some solutions there for multiple choice. You don't need to type out anything. And then it asks you, question 2 asks you for the recent climate trends suggest that the temperature will be changing by, or what will be happening to recent temperatures, right? Number 3 then talks about hurricanes and just basically asking you questions about the number of hurricanes traversing the Caribbean, and whether or not that has increased, decreased, gone to 0, become innumerable, right? Number 4 asks basically whether or not the water sector is deemed to be very sensitive to climate, and you are just supposed to pick, one of the answers that are there. D covers all the options listed, right? We're looking at projections of future climate suggest that the climate will likely be what, all right? So I'm hoping that everybody has now access to the quiz, and I'm really hoping that everybody is in a good space.
All right, so in 60 seconds, we will actually go through the responses. You can use, if you're on Zoom, there's a party icon that has little, little streamers coming out. When I give the answer, the correct answer to your question, if that's the answer you selected, you can set off that streamer. It's virtual, but we can still celebrate.
You would have noticed, would have spoken about a unimodal peak. you would have seen from Prof. Taylor's presentation how it is that within the Caribbean region we tend to have our agriculture planted around the rainy seasons. And you'd have seen that it wasn't a single peak. There are areas within the Caribbean itself that has a unimodal peak, but within publications that have been verified, the general pattern within the Caribbean is that the Caribbean has a bimodal rainfall peak, that is having 2 peaks. So if you selected B for question 1, you can start celebrating. That's 1 checkbox in your corner. If you did not select B, don't be disheartened. There are 9 more chances for you to get a single tick. All right? Number 2 asks, recent climate trends suggest that temperatures, for some of you will see in Jamaica, and for some of you will see in the Caribbean have been. And again, going back to that first presentation you saw, some of us will tell you that we've all been feeling it. It has just been getting warmer and warmer and warmer. So if you selected A, you can set that streamer off again. All right? Now the number of intense hurricanes traversing the Caribbean has increased, decreased, gone to 0, become innumerable. Right? A lot of us will hearken ourselves back to the 2017 hurricane season. A lot of us will hearken ourselves back to the last 20 years, where in some instances we would have had, let's say one very major hurricane every 10 to 15 years. It's now the case that, we're almost seeing them almost every season. So if you selected C for question 3, you're in a good position. All right? Now, the question 4, and I'm reading out the questions for some persons who may not have actually gotten a chance to jump in on the quiz. The water sector is deemed to be very sensitive to climate because, and I'm simply going to say all of the above. The options that were given were the sector relies heavily on rainfall. There's increased evaporation. Increased evaporation can increase water loss from surface water bodies. Increased temperatures increase the water holding capacity of the atmosphere. And D simply says options A, B, and C. So all the options I just read before. If you selected D, you're in a good position. If you selected A, B, or C, simply means that you were on your way to the right answer. You just needed more time. All right? Number 5, projections of the future suggest that Jamaica or the Caribbean's climate will likely be what? All right? And from that presentation, going back to that first presentation, you will realize, yes, we've gotten first that we're saying we're getting warmer. We've also been experiencing more frequent droughts. So we've been getting warmer and drier from the projections. And these are from the climate change projections. Number 6 as well deals with projections and says climate projections suggest that Jamaica's future rainfall will be what? All right? More variable. Reduced by up to 30% in some areas. All right? Neither A nor B. All right? And D says both A and B. Right? For Jamaica, it's being reduced by 30%. If you look at other areas of the Caribbean, the northern part of the Caribbean, you may see some increases. But generally, the trend throughout the Caribbean is a decreasing trend in rainfall. May not be as much as 30% in some instances, and in some instances, it is greater than 30%. Right? Stage 3, likely impacts of climate change on soils. And although not covered in the first presentation, it's clear to see that you have some options: reduced soil moisture, higher rate of soil erosion, decreased decomposition of inorganic, of increased organic carbon, increased soil temperatures, higher soil fertility. All right? Now, A says 1 and 2 only. B says 1, 2, and 4. And you know that you will see increases in temperature. And that's the only option that has increase in temperature, so the correct option was B. Only 3 more questions before I hand over to Dr. Rankin. I am hoping we're good for time, Dr. Rankin. All right. Useful ways of addressing climate change are, and I'm just going to tell you, it said it clearly at the end of that presentation: adaptation, mitigation, and education. All right. And the penultimate question: an example of adaptation actions for for the water sector. One example, right? Somebody says banning irrigation, no options exist, drought, or water harvesting and reuse. Much later throughout this week, when we're talking about the climate tools and some of the inventive things that we're laying out, water harvesting and reuse will be one of those things that's covered a little bit on day 3, right? And 10, climate change requires that we take action when. And as I said, at question 1, there were 9 more chances for you to get a tick. So if you didn't get a tick through the other 9 questions, I'm guaranteeing you that you got a tick for the 10th question. So everybody's now at the same page. You would have seen that first presentation. You'd have experienced that first presentation. You would have now gotten a point to say, well, how much do I know about this? If it's so important, how much do I know? What do I know about this? And after going through this quiz, we now have set a base for you as to where you're at, and you can now build on that base with the next presentation. I now hand over to Dr. Ranking to take charge of proceedings.
All right, thank you very much, Jay. If I was in a room, I'd tell everybody to give yourself a hand. But we have a little live audience here. Can we get a little applause, the first applause for the day, please? All right, thank you so very much. Colleagues, I want to now get down to some business, and I would like to present to you something that's very near and dear to my heart, and it is how are we going to deal with some of the challenges that we face where agriculture is concerned. I'm sure everybody has agreed that it can't be business as usual. Everybody agrees that we really have to look at a different approach. And if we agree that we cannot do it the same way we always do it, and if we agree that if we continue the same way, if the same people do the same thing the same way all the time, we can't have any change, then everybody would agree with me that it's time for a change. So what I'm going to attempt to do is to share with you a little introduction to modeling itself. After I would have done that, I will then take you through a couple steps directly related to the actual presentation itself. A little later, Jack and myself will come back, and what we are going to do is we are going to show you some stuff that you can actually do on your own. I want to say though that there is a link that has been shared, but if you didn't get the link, you can go on the FAO website. You can type in FAO aqua crop. Don't know, Jay, if you could write it on the board for me here. Aqua crop model. And if you go there and type in the aqua crop model, you actually will get a downloadable link that you can actually download. So my colleagues are going to put it in the chat for you, so you can actually go online and actually download the model. It's a freeware, but let me just explain to you how it works. To ensure that you don't crash the model, right? The things that you put in your model are local to you. But let us say that I did work, for example, we were here at Mona, we were the first persons, and so far the only ones, to incorporate sweet potato into the model globally. And we were the first persons to do climate change work, looking at the impacts of carbon dioxide concentration on sweet potato production. Now, if you wanted to get those files and you had the model, you could simply ask me to send you the executable files, which I've done, and you'll have it. So having said that, and having said all of that, I have a little thing I wanted to do in starting the presentation. I hope my IT team can help me here. So I wanted to start the presentation by, first of all, sharing a little video with you. Jay, can you call Radhika for me, please? All right, I'm not sure where my video went, but if somebody could help me here. I want to share a video with you, and I want you to type in the chat where you think this video was taken from. All right, so I'm going to ask 3 questions. Where was it? What is it? And why? All right, so it's very, very simple. Right, you must tell me where was it taken from. You have to tell me what is it, and you have to tell me why. All right. So it's coming up just now. So you can type in the chat where you think it is from, whether it is Jamaica or Europe or the Middle East. All right. You can start back at the front, at the top, Radhika, please. All right, so here's the video running. All right. Are you seeing it, Mike? All right, so I want you to tell me what you think this is, right? And I want you to tell me why, all right, and where. Okay, so look, I think there's something on a car that is going to come up, and I want you to tell me, especially those people who are from RADA, I want you to tell me if you think, you know, what it really is. All right. I didn't infringe any copyright. I got the permission of the owners to share this with you. So here's a closer look at it. And now we're going to go across to a car. All right. So you can tell me whether you think it's snow or hail or shale, or whether it is, I don't know. So somebody says soot, somebody says sugarcane ashes, somebody says ash, somebody says St. Vincent. All right, so remember you have to tell us where is it, what is it, and why. All right, so don't just send one answer. Some good answers coming in. So somebody said volcanic ash. All right, so Sandra Minor said volcanic ash. Somebody said Jamaica, apparently an area where sugarcane is being burnt. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else want the hazard, I guess? Somebody said in the US, ash from the forest fire. All right, Ariel. That's a good guess. Anybody else? Anybody else? Somebody says Sahara dust. Who is that? Cummins. Cummins, I need to talk to you off the air. All right, who else is coming in? Are we seeing anybody else? Somebody said Montserrat, volcanic ash. George Emmanuel said volcanic ash. All right, we need 2 more responses. It looks like ash. Okay, what kind of ashes though? Is it ashes of the dead? You have to tell us. Where is it coming from? All right, now, everybody seems to have a piece of the answer. Everybody seems to have a piece of the answer. I am going to stop share now, and I'm going to go to my presentation, if I can do so. All right, so actually, the little clip that you just saw, first of all, the country is Jamaica. So if you said Jamaica, you're right. What is it? It is ash. Where is it coming from? It is coming from one of the plantation areas that plants sugarcane in a very upscale community. As to why in 2022 we are burning foliage, polluting the atmosphere at a time when a pandemic is going around beats me. The world has moved on well beyond this 1960 method of sugarcane production, but we are still stuck in the past. It was quite shocking actually, because it's not the first time, but cars in the community were totally covered with ash. You would be forgiven for believing it was snow. Moya, believe me. I was embarrassed actually, because it's a community that I am to know intimately. And if I haven't said that, I guess you know where that picture was taken, at my house. The point I want to make is, if we do the same thing the same way every time, we're not going to have any change. And that is why modeling is important. We have to start experimenting with different ways of doing things. We cannot continue along the same path because it has proven over and over again to fail. part of the reason why our sugar industry collapsed is not just the World Trade Organization. It is because we did not adapt our production system, and we're still not doing it. So I want to then say to you that I want to introduce you to crop modeling and give you a little background of what it is. I want to share with you one model that we're using. On Thursday, I'll share with you another one, another software package. I want to make a distinction. AquaCrop is a crop model, whereas the other software package that we're going to show you is a package that has in it several different models, all right? But it allows them to share one common platform. I won't confuse you with that. Before I go into what this is, I want to say to you, before everybody start, that modeling is not a replacement for common sense and critical thinking. All right, it's not a panacea. It cannot solve all your problems. It can help you significantly though in how you actually perform. So, for those of you who are thinking modeling and you're probably thinking this is what I was thinking about, I am sorry to disappoint you. This is not what modeling is all about, as impressive as it looks, all right? So I remember the first time I had this picture up, Maya, I had ladies only and they told me I was gender biased, so I had to find some men. So when I'm talking about modeling, I'm not talking about people showing muscles. What I'm talking about is, I'm talking generally, a model is a representation, or it is a simplification of nature, all right? And it really tries to give you a description of how something actually works. In simple terms, it is a computer simulation model. It's a simplified mathematical representation of a real world system. For example, and we have several of them, if I tell you that the credit that you have left on your phone is a function of the credit that you have at the start, right, minus $2 times the number of minutes that you talk. That's a model, right? You can simply multiply the number of minutes that you have spoken, right, by the rate, subtract it from what you have at the start, and you will know how much you have left. Very simple, right? Y equal mx plus is a model. Now, a crop simulation model. Now, this is an expression now that looks now about the crop performance within a particular framework, all right? People talk about hypothesis, or this is that your statement that you assume to be true. It's very, very simple, all right? Okay, so if you're with me so far, all right, here is essentially one thing that Box and Draper said, that all models are wrong, but some are useful. Why do I say that? Because implicit in the model, because the model is a simplification of nature, the model itself is not going to be 100% accurate. If you have a model that gives you about a plus or minus 10% error, that's a perfect model. All right? Most models give you more than that as an error. So if you went into the field, for example, and you measured 20 tons per hectare, and when you run your model, you get 22, that's a plus or minus, that's a plus 10%. Or if you got 18%, 18 tons, that's a minus 10%. Now, why is that important? Because once you know it has a known margin of error, you can work with the model. So if you know it has a known 10% error, for example, I can run the model anywhere, take off 10%, know what more or less what my real thing is going to be, all right? So models are not perfect, all right? They require careful testing and evaluation before you apply it. So don't just jump online, say you know a model, and you're going to apply it. It doesn't work like that, all right? As I said before, it's not a substitute for experimentation. Every model that we have actually used, we have gone in the field, we have planted at different locations, we have harvested the data. We have to harvest right throughout the crop life. We have to dry the samples so we know that what we actually have is not different water retention, because different parts of the plant and different varieties of a plant reserve certain amount of water. So to bring everything to the same thing, you have to dry it. There are some models that allow you to use fresh weight. We use dry weight to make sure it is as accurate as possible. All right, so here's a bit of overview. So what are models based on? They are based on an understanding of a couple of things. Of plants, of soil, of weather, and management interactions. Why is this important? Because there are some things that you don't have any control over. The farmer has no control over the rainfall. He has no control over the drought, nothing like that. For the most part, you really cannot change your soil. However, a lot of other things the farmer determines. He determines when he plants. He determines what he plants. He determines how much of the different variety that he plants. Anybody in the room want to guess how many types of sweet potato there are in Jamaica? You want to just make a wild guess? Anybody? Come now, shout the answer. Anything? 4. All right. What you say, madam? 2. All right. How many type of mango you know? Anybody? All those online. How many type of mango you know? You have enough mango, right? Blackish, stringy, eerie, East Indian. Okay. So you know that there are different types of mangoes, right? When you go to the supermarket, though, to buy mango, you don't just say, give me 5 mango. You want the mango that you like, right? But when you go to the market, you don't tell the man, boy, I want some fire on land sweet potato. You just say, give me some sweet potato. Well, there are 26 different types of sweet potato at minimum in Jamaica. Right? There's one of them that does very well. It's called ganja. And for people, it's not the one that we smoke. All right? I was doing an experiment and somebody was taking pictures of you is farming ganja. I had to go stop the man from taking the picture and say, sir, look on the foliage. It looks slightly different. All right? Now, this one does very well, whether it is very dry or very wet. And I was making a presentation in Trinidad, and a gentleman said to me, sir, I could tell you the results of the experiment before you start, because the weed is always good. He walked in the room later and said, sir, this is not ganja, this is ganja sweet potato. All right? Okay. So it talks about morphology, it talks about phenology and development and so on. It talks about photosynthesis. All of these things are fancy terms, but just bear with me. Now, what the model is trying to do is trying to predict how your crop grows and the timing. When you plant on, today's what, the 11th of January, the crop does not know that today's the 11th of January, right? And when you're supposed to harvest, let's say you're supposed to harvest on the 11th of June, it does not know the date. All it does, it knows that there are a certain number of heat units that develop based on the temperature. And once it develops a number of heating units, at certain time, it said, now it's time for me to mature, now it's time for me to put out flowers, and so on. So that is what the model tries to do, all right? So there's some information that you have to provide. You have to provide and tell the model, okay, what kind of soil is in your location? What kind of characteristics? You have to give the daily weather data. Our good friends at the Met Service, one of our key partners, very good at that, and Glenn Rybon will give us some excellent results later on. Models prefer daily data, all right? You can get data at Met Service every 2 minutes. We don't need that dense data. We have something called a pivot table, and if you're morbidly interested, I can show you how with a couple clicks of a mouse to generate one daily average from 2 minute average, right? It's all in Excel, no fancy nothing. And if I can do it, you can do it. All right? It gives you cultivar characteristics and so on. And what it does, it allows you to ask a number of what-if experiments. Here's why. So they have yams that they plant at several seasons in Jamaica. They say you have January yam different from February yam and so on and so forth, right? If I live in Clarendon and you live in St. Elizabeth, or let's give something fairer. If you live in Morant Bay and I live in Hanover, and you plant a yam and the yam did very well, you could say to me, boy, or let's give something else. You live in St. Vincent and I live in, where? Give me another country, far out. I live in the UK. And you farm the yam in St. Vincent and you get some good yield. And you call me and say, Dale, guess what? I did get some good yield. Do you want to plant this yam in the UK? Well, I would have to take some of your slips, hope and pray that they allow me to get it on the plane, carry it in the cold place, and hope and pray it grow, and wait 1 year. I could waste all that money. Well, modeling takes the guesswork out of that, because once you have run the model for 2 years in any location, you can take like 2 crop seasons, 2 locations. You can then customize the model. And you can, I could just say, okay, give me the weather of the UK and give me the soil that you're going to use. I can run the model and I can tell you if the crop is going to grow before you dig the ground. So you could tell the government, don't bother grow onion in Bernard Lodge area without no irrigation. You're going to lose your $50 million every time, right? We had a rude awakening when we planted 4 varieties of sweet potato in the dry coastal fringe in St. Catherine. Every one of them dead. Not one survived. I was distressed when I was doing the PhD. I went to Prof. Taylor and said, Prof, my experiment failed. He said, no, a nil result is still a result. It means you cannot grow in the dry coastal fringe in Jamaica without irrigation. Write it up. Well, only a professor could figure that out, right? Okay, so the real truth is that every result is still a result. All right, so let me get to some results. So if when you go online and you go to AquaCrop, this is what you're going to see, right? AquaCrop is a crop, aqua for water. It's a crop productivity model. What it really does, it assumes that you're using cultivars that are good, firstly. High yielding, preferably, all right? What you're going to do then, when you have the crop, is it is telling you what you would likely get when water is your key limiting factor. Do you understand? So it assumes that you know how much fertilizer you must use, you get me? It assumes that you're using cultivars that are good, not old cultivars that are not working, all right? But once you have that information, it is the best water model in the world, I can tell you that. Why? It is the only model right now that allows you to irrigate with salt water. Why is that important? You know that Jamaica doesn't have a water problem. Jamaica has a water distribution problem. Most of our water reserves, groundwater, is on the north coast, but most of our population centers and agriculture sector is on the south coast. So we have to find a way to distribute the water down the south. And most of the water down the south is already saline. Why? Because there is sea level rise or apparent sea level rise. And so when you draw water from the wells down south, it's not like we usually draw water from the wells of salvation. When you draw water down south, you're getting in a lot of salt water. How you know? When the sun dries out the soil, you actually see the salt on the top of the soil. What AquaCrop allows you to do is to experiment with different levels of salinity, so you can decide from now how much salinity can the plant take. Why is that important? Because after a while, when the salinity gets too much in the water moves in the opposite direction. Rather than going in the plant, it goes out of the plant dehydrates and dies. So you can use AquaCrop to do that. It's freely available online. I think we're now version number 6.0, and this is the 2018 version, all right? It has a very good balance between simplicity and robustness, and it is driven by icons, right? It is not as difficult. Anybody can use it, all right, as I said before. Here's how it works, all right? So don't look at the equation, right? Because some of you don't tearing out here. I know there's a failure rate in the Caribbean of over 50% for mathematics, and some people get upset just looking at this equation. All right, please ignore the equation. I'm begging you, please, all right? All it is saying is that AquaCrop overcomes some of the challenges of some of the other models. So what it does, in this little bottom right-hand corner, this green thing here is showing you how the canopy of the crop grows. Yes? And why is this important? Right? Because you know that the plant actually grows through photosynthesis, right? The leaves intercept sunlight, it takes in water and carbon dioxide, and it produces starch, which is what you eat, all right, in general. So AquaCrop tracks the development of the crop through how the canopy grows. Initially, when you plant the crop, there's nothing, it's just bare soil. And then the canopy begins to grow and grow and grow and grow. It reaches a point where it reaches to a maximum, it senesces or it gets yellow, and then it goes back down. All right? It's a no. And now, mind you, most of the crops that are modeled are herbaceous crops, meaning they have a known annual cycle. They start, they have maturity, they go down, and then they start again. So it's not for tree crops like mango and guango tree and those kind of things. Those are very difficult to model. All right? Because when you're modeling a plant, you have to root up everything. If you have a 6-month crop, for example, every month you have to go in the field and root up like 6 plants, right? I had like 50 plots. I have to go and take a sample from all 50 plots, and I have to take up like 6 plants per plot, carry it here, cut up everything, dry it. You couldn't do that with a guango tree. Or like tomorrow, you don't do one tree yet, right? So we do it with crops, all right? Okay, now, this little thing here called ET is not the cartoon character ET, right? It is evapotranspiration. That is the combination of evaporation and transpiration. Evaporation is from the soil that goes straight back into the atmosphere. But transpiration occurs when the plant opens its stomata to take in carbon dioxide, it loses water. Therefore, what the agronomists have found out, if you can track the amount of water the plant loses, you have a very good fix of how it actually is doing its own assimilation of starch, because the intake of CO2 is directly linked to the assimilation of starch. All right, now, what most models do, they don't make a distinction between evaporation and transpiration, they just do evapotranspiration. And so they overestimate the yield. AquaCrop is saying, let us separate
evaporation from transpiration, because transpiration is the only part that relates to when the stomata is open. And so you get a better fit. It does your biomass. This is called normalized water productivity. Don't worry what that means. All right? And then your yield is simply multiplying your biomass times your harvest index. Your harvest index is a part of the plant that you eat. Very simple, all right? It works well in the Caribbean because much of the data that is needed for modeling is not available. Here's a little picture from a trial that we did. So if you look at this map on the left-hand side, you will see the locations. We went to Devon in Manchester that have the ideal conditions for growing sweet potato. We went to Ebony Park that has good conditions, good soil, if you have irrigation. Then we went to the worst location, worst by in terms of climatology, and then we went to one of the wettest locations over the Blue Mountain side here. So when you say Hugh, tell him I'm trying to reach it. All right, so below the map now is what the field trial actually looks like, right? You will see that there were different plots that were labeled. We had to use what they call a randomized complete block design, meaning we had 4 varieties of the sweet potato: yellow belly, fire on land, uplifter, and clarendon, and ganja, sorry. Now, why is this important? You want to experiment with different variety of the crop, and you have to put them in different areas on the field, randomize them, so that you won't get good yield here because all of the yellow belly was planted here. You have to put one there, one there, one there, one there, one there, and you repeat it 4 times. You have to, it's best to have weather data on site, and that's one of the big problems in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. Most of the time for the smaller islands, you only have weather data for the airport alone. If it is truly representative of your area, fine, you can use it. If not, then it's best to see if you can get a weather station close to your location. All right? Dr. Jayaka Campbell tomorrow will share with you one way that we are simplifying that, and it can be scaled throughout the whole Caribbean. All right? What is in red here is what you use to calculate your evapotranspiration. You need temperature, relative humidity, solar radiation, and wind. You can get all of that from an automatic weather station. You can get automatic weather stations now for $1,000 or less. You can feed all of this data in a very simple process into AquaCrop. AquaCrop calculates the evapotranspiration for you. Create the climate file, and you're good to go. All right, I'll show you a little demonstration in just a little bit from now. All right, so if you're interested in doing this modeling, here is some absolute stuff that you need to have. All right. At bare minimum, you must have your yield, all right? You must have what proportion of your yield. I would just say grain for a grain cup, for example, relates to your above ground biomass or below. You must have an idea of your harvest index. Harvest index is when you take the entire weight of the crop, right? And that is your divisor, and you have in the numerator what is the weight of the part that you harvest. That is important, all right? Now, you must have for your climate information, I would say preferably daily data. Some people say you can have a 10-day average and so on. All of this data, and you'll get all the presentations, by the way. If you don't get solar radiation, you can have your sunshine hours, that's important, all right? You can also, if you don't have, if you can't get all of this stuff and you can get the evapotranspiration, that's fine. Because some weather stations actually give you evapotranspiration data. So you don't need all of that solar radiation and all of that stuff, because all of that is just needed to calculate the ET. So if you can't get all the stuff, but the Met Service can give you evapotranspiration data, then all you really need is the temperature data, your rainfall, your ET, all right? And you can go ahead, all right? Because we found that there's only a 4% difference between the actual ET calculated by the model and that which is calculated otherwise. Now there, on the other side, on the right-hand side, are some additional stuff that is nice. All right, that you can actually have. Planting density, rooting depth, leaf area index, all of those fancy stuff, right? But this is not mandatory, but the absolute minimum, or what we call the minimum data set, is on the left side. Next thing, you must know some information about your soil, right? You must have some information about just the slope of your land and so on, an indication of how fertile your soil is. Very important. If you can get additional information, it is good for you to know about the different layers in your soil and stuff like that. It's good for you to know, preferably, when you fertilize, how much you fertilize and so on. That's good information for you to have. Most farmers don't know, they just say, throw some on the top of the soil. If you know when, it will be very good. All right, your water application is critical. You must have an irrigation schedule. when you start, just go to any local hardware store or any irrigation store, buy a little meter, put on your line. Note what the measurement is when you start, when you finish, and you get an idea of how much you've actually irrigated. Very important. You should be able to tell whether you use a sprinkle irrigation, a drip irrigation, flood irrigation system, and so on. And then there are other things that you can put on the right-hand side now, your actual dates of irrigation and so on. All right, so let's get down to some real work now. So AquaCrop doesn't use leaf year index, which is real prisoner work, where you'd have to go harvest leaves, get the length and the width, and get the area, and then go measure the ground. No, that's too much. There's several problems with it as well. Some people said, okay, let's use what they call a canopy cover estimator. And there's something called GCT. It's not general consumption tax, but green crop tracker, which was everybody thought was best thing since sliced bread, right? Where you go in the field, you take a picture, and you use the picture, and you can estimate your canopy cover from it, right? Well, we realized that there was a problem with it. So we developed something called ACE, because we like to get ACE, we want to ACE it, which stands for Automated Canopy Estimator. Now, this is something from World War I, all right? And I don't take no credit for it. I was trying to get something that was $3,400 US right in this very room when I was doing my PhD upgrade. And Dr. Coy sat down there and said, give me 200 of your pictures. He went home and came back with a software, and we co-author develop it. What it does is, it makes a separation between the brightness of your image and the color information, and it extracts only what is green. It is the only software in the world, and that is by admission of the reviewers of the journal, that can make a distinction between when part of the leaf is green and part is yellow. And it gives you that. Somebody tested it with vegetables in a plate and chicken. It was able to take out the chicken and leave just the vegetables alone. So it works very well. All right, it's very accurate to 2 decimal places. Okay, so here's why I say, now I'm going to skip over this, but here's us looking here at a field, all right, and what it actually does, it finds what we say the A channel, which is the green channel, and it does a point-by-point estimation, all right, of where you have the highest amount of green, which is this peak here, all right, and then it gives you an estimation. Here's another case now, it's a different crop, and you can see now one of the problems you'd have is sometimes the shading actually looks green, but it's not actual vegetation, it's actually soil, all right, but our model still works. Because what it does, rather than having 2 peaks, it has an inflection point here. And so the larger peak represents the green still. So here's an example. You go in the field, you take a picture. What ACE is doing is taking everything that is not green and leaving what is green. And then it gives you an estimation, 51.99. It's available online. We've made it available online. It's freely available. And it has increased the use of the model because most people were not able to use AquaCrop because they didn't have the thing. Here are some examples of how it works. So on the left-hand side here is not GC, remember not general consumption tax, right? It's a green crop tracker. When the foliage is almost full, meaning when there's very little space in the canopy, it is saying that your canopy cover is 13%, when it should be saying the opposite. It should be saying this is 100 minus 13. So on the large estimation, it cannot do a segmentation. ACE does a good segmentation. On the other hand, the software breaks down when the canopy almost closes. You can see it's saying 1.64% when it should be saying 91%. Ours was accurate. When there's shadow, because sometimes you're trying to go in the field when there's no shadow, you can see here that the green crop tracker is giving 0%. Ours was still consistent at 60%. All right, so it eliminates that. Now, why is this important? It's important because initially when we started to do our work, we were using the green crop tracker at the top and trying to map the canopy cover. You can see that the canopy cover was badly estimated. You can see that, right? Because you see the dots way above the solid line on both occasions. In the second year when we develop our software, you can see that there's a closer agreement now between what you measure and what you simulate. When the dots, which is what you measure, are close to the line, what you simulate, look at the right-hand side, you can see it's almost kissing the line, right? That is what you want in terms of perfection. How does this make sense? It makes sense because once your canopy cover is accurate, your yield is good. Here's the evidence, all right? So this is Devon in Manchester now, all right? You can see here, this is canopy cover. You can see the lines are very close, and guess what? Once this is your canopy cover, down the bottom is your estimation of biomass. Your biomass is very good. You don't want the model to be always overestimating or underestimating. You want it to be a mixture of both. All right, and that's very, very good. Again, bearing in mind, sweet potato is one of those crops that you can't farm in a small location, because at the same location, with the same soil and the same amount of irrigation, you can get as little as 5 tons per hectare or 25 tons per hectare, because it adapts naturally to the conditions. So because it is so noisy from a statistical perspective, they told us we would never be able to do it. Well, tell them we did it, all right? So the parameterization of sweet potato, as I said before, it made an original contribution. There was excellent agreement between what was measured and what was simulated. And the model shows good skill at both locations, both at Ebony Park, where we had to do irrigation, and Devon, where we had to do minimal irrigation. But in both locations, we did both rain-fed and irrigation, just to see the value added of irrigation, right? Very good. What we found is that if you can get your canopy cover good, Matthew, you can get your yield and your biomass good, right? So that is very good, all right? Here's the evidence now. This is now looking at yields, and yield is very hard to predict. You can see that the model was at Devon in Manchester in 2013, for the irrigated variety, did very well, except for this measure here. For the rain-fed, which is what most farmers do, it is almost perfect, all right? So it did very well at Devon in Manchester. And even when we did this is calibrated the model, even when we went now to testing the model at Ebony Park, the agreement was still very good, all right? What we found interesting is that because sweet potato is inherently drought tolerant, that's because it has vines that point itself over the soil and keeps the soil relatively cool compared to the overlying air. You find that sweet potato, and after 40 days, sweet potato does not need a lot of water. We found out by providing irrigation for sweet potato, it did not increase yield. So that is something that is interesting. It tells us that sweet potato is one of those crops, and in general, root crops is something that we should be experimenting and investing in as a climate change adaptation, because it is less exposed. So if wind come and hurricane blow down the banana, you still have your sweet potato underground. If you have a problem and you can't sell it immediately, the ground is a good storage, right? You can keep it there for a good while, all right? And of course, it has anti-cancer properties, anti-hypertension properties, it has vitamin A, all of those nice stuff, all right? So, by concluding, what can I say? That models are a useful tool. They're a simplified representation of reality, but it is not a substitute for critical thinking. So if I can tell you from now, if somebody came to me and said, I farm tomato on a sandy soil and I got 30 tons per hectare, I can look him in the eye and say, you're lying. That's not possible, right? So it has a good detector of you know what, all right? So the model will tell you you cannot do that, all right? Okay, it's been around since the 1960s, but it's not made as much progress as climate modeling. That's because most people that do modeling or work in agriculture look at harvesting and that kind of stuff. Most people that do climate science don't do agriculture modeling, all right? So you really have to have a vested interest in both. The model allows you to ask a number of what-if questions early before you go and make costly investments, which is very important, all right? And you should always evaluate the model before you try to use it to predict your yield. So don't just get a model, somebody tell you it's good, and you want to go work with it. No, test it, right? Make sure you have good quality data in the field, make sure you have consistent data, make sure the persons who are collecting the data can do a good job of it. All right? I'll do a very quick demo just before I end, and then I'll hand over back to Mr. Maximin. All right, so it is freely available online. It's very simple to use, and I'm going to show you how simple it is to use. All right, it has a well-documented user manual. So on the same FAO website, if you click, you will see a user manual that tells you how to enter your own data, how to enter a new cultivar. It's way easier to enter even a brand new crop that was never in the model before than any other model. Very easy, and I'm going to show you just a little bit of how to run it. It can run climate change situations and simulations. So you can see in 2050, for example, here is what the weather might look like. And you can then use the crop model to say, here is what my CO2 will look like. What is my yield going to look like? So from now, right, we have a fairly decent idea of which crop we should be planting by the middle of the century, by the end of the century, which is good. All right, and as I said before, it's the only model that I am aware of that allows you to simulate the effects of salt water and production. All right, so I'm going to, for the sake of, and I know my time is up, but I'm going to do a very quick Q&D, you say quick and dirty evaluation, or just very quick illustration of AquaCrop for you. So for those of you that went ahead and downloaded the model, now is a good time to start it. All right, so you can click start. All right, and let me just see if I can come here. Okay, so let me see if I can share my screen now. All right, I hope I haven't lost anybody. All right, so when you click start in AquaCrop, or when you click on the icon, this is what comes up on your screen. All right, it has two versions. It has one in French. It has one in French, and it has one in English. So somebody's asking if there are versions of AquaCrop for Mac. I would have to check that, Rev. I'm not 100% sure, but I do know that there are different versions online for sure. All right, so let's click start. If you are proficient in French, you could, like Erica, you could click French, but since I only know Spanish and English, I'm going to click English. I'll click start. When you click start, it brings you to this window. As I said before, it's icon based, right, Matthew? You following me? You with me, right? All right, good. So now, let me just say, the version that I have, because I've been using this since 2010, has more files than what you have. But we're going to choose a file that everybody have. So when you click, so the first thing you have to do when you go into AquaCrop, you have to select a climate, right? Now, it's very easy to create your own climate file. As I said before, you can select your means. You must have one mean for the day. Your maximum temperature, your minimum temperature, your solar radiation, your rainfall, all right, and your wind. You put that in a table. You don't need to put any data at all. And you throw it inside the model. You literally copy and paste it in a thing and just name it. Right? It's very simple, right? We don't have time to demonstrate that because that's a whole training by itself. But if you can just trust me that we did that for this one, I'll demonstrate. All right, so you go and you click, you want to select a climate. So I'm going to try and select one that everybody has. I think if I go to the first one, let me see. All right, so I'm going to go and select Belgium. So if you're with me, there's something called Belgium 7605.CLI. CLI means climate, all right? So if you select that, it is telling you that this, when we select that, you go down to something called main menu, and you click main menu. When you say click main menu, you're telling the model, I want this selection, yes? Now, if you went back to climate again and click, since that you have selected Belgium, you could say, I want to see what Belgium weather looks like. If you click display characteristics, you could click rainfall, for example. You see what the rainfall look like. You could click evapotranspiration. You see what evapotranspiration look like. You click temperature, for example. You'll see that it shows you the temperature. Now, what you're not seeing is that there's both maximum temperature and minimum temperature. Now, because it is Belgium, and Belgium has real winter, you'll notice that there are some negative values. That was in winter, because they have some temperatures that go negative. But if you went to the Met Service and they give you something like minus 20 degrees, tell them it's lie, right? We don't have those kind of temperatures in Jamaica. So this is a good little tool to just make sure, right, Rev, that you're getting good data. All right, good. So having selected your thing, the next thing you want to select now is the crop. So what crop should we plant? Somebody in the audience tell me what crop we should plant. We have maize, we have barley, we have sweet Irish potato. Which crop you want to plant? Sweet potato. No, sweet potato is not in your version. So let's do one that is in everyone. What you say? Onion. Onion is not in this right now. But onion is in the model, but not in this version. So give me another one. Come. Potato? Yeah. Irish potato? All right. Let us go with Irish potato. So I hear somebody online screaming, Rev, and saying, no Irish potato. But we're going to go with Irish potato. All right? If I was in church, I would say amen. All right. So we select Irish potato now. But if you look, there's two Irish potato. There's an Irish potato, Brussels. And since we are doing Brussels weather, you see that? Let's select the Irish potato for Brussels. Once you hit and you select something, you have to go back to what? Main menu. Remember, you always have to click the main menu to tell the model that yes, you're fine. All right? Now, by default, this model always goes to the 22nd of March of the year as a planting date. But you don't have to do that. I don't know, right? And I'm going to give you a little I'm going to give you a little exercise. I don't know whether the 22nd of March is a good day to plant. Right? Can somebody talk to Monica, please? All right? I don't know if it's the best day to plant. But I'm going to assume it is the best day. Right? Now, your duty would be to find a different day. And I'll show you how to do that. So we click OK. I'll go back to main menu. OK. Now, we're not going to irrigate. We're going to assume that we have enough water. All right? The last thing we must select, remember now we have selected our climate, people online, we have selected the crop. What other thing would you need to select in order to run the simulation if you were following me? Soil, excellent. You cannot have no soil, right? You have to say, everybody with me? Everybody still in the room with me? Yes? Simple as ABC, right? So let us select a crop, a soil. What soil do you want to plant in? Matthew, give me a soil. So let me give you the options. We have sandy loam, we have silt loam, sandy clay loam. Which soil is good for Irish potato? Nobody don't Google now, you know. Just tell me a soil. Tell me a soil. Leo, you're the soil man. Which soil, sir? Loam. Okay, so Dr. Leo says loam. So if we get a bad yield, blame Dr. Leo, please. All right? Once you have done that, you go back to main menu. So we're good now. All right, remember what date we selected? The 22nd of March. What soil did we select? Loam. What crop? Irish potato. So once you do that, you go down to the bottom and you click run. Everybody say run? When you click run, you have two options. You can run it every 10 days. You can change this 10 days to 2 days, whatever not. Now, down the bottom, you have to the end of the simulation, you have the 10 days, and then you see something called 27th of July. What that is telling you is that this crop is going to mature on the what? 22nd of July. When did we plant? Anybody remember when? 22nd of March. Go ahead and you can come and teach this course. All right, so we're going to click start. Remember, Dr. Leo tell us it's loam enough. All right? A good yield of dry yield of Irish potato. Right? Yield we're talking about now. Right? Because the dry yield is about 50% of the real yield. When you go to the supermarket, what you get is fresh weight. The farmer don't love to sell the dry weight because he sell it with the water. So he make more money. He sell it with the water and the dirt. So he make more money. All right? All right, so we're going to run this now. So we run it now. So we run it, and Dr. Leo is a bad soil. We get only 8 tons. All right? If you multiply that by 2, that is 16 tons per hectare. So Dr. Leo, that is not very good. Now, if you look at the top middle part, you will see that there are some blue bars, and above the blue bars, some gray. Everybody see the gray bars? That is, the gray bar tells you that your crop is losing water faster than it should be losing it. So what you can do, you can go back to the simulation, right? But in this case now, you're going to select to run the model every 10 days. So you can click continue, and anytime you see the gray come up, you're going to stop the model and you're going to put some water. So we see some gray coming up right here. You see where I'm at, people? My mouse, so my mouse is moving. That is saying that the transpiration, too much water has been lost. So I can stop the model and go right where irrigation is, where my mouse is, and I'm going to put 50 millimeters of water, and I'm going to continue the model. Remember the last time we got 8 tons per hectare. We're going to see if we can get better than 8. All right, we see some gray coming up again. We can stop the model again, and we're going to put this time 100 millimeters of rainfall, of irrigation. We run the model again. All right, we run it again, and we don't see no more. And this time we'll get 9 tons, so we do better than Dr. Leo now. We're brighter than Dr. Leo. All right? Now, you said, what Dale, this is trial and error. Well, not really. Because you have an option where you can go into the model and just generate an irrigation schedule. The irrigation schedule can say, irrigate, don't allow the water to fall below, say, 80%, and it will automatically irrigate for you. Yes? You can change your date when you plant. For example, maybe March was not a good date. If you look in the model, you'll actually see that there were some cold days. Sweet potato does not grow once the temperature falls below 8 degrees Celsius. So you can even go and set a starting date and say, do not start if the temperature is below a certain time. You can do that in the model as well. Right? So the model will just eliminate those days and start. All right? So all of that is there. All that functionality is there. All right? My time is up. Dr. J, you have a question? Yeah, man. Please use the mic. Please use the mic. Right, so Dr. J is going to come and give us some trouble because he's a very bright man. Yes, he's on.
It's not from me, it's from the Zoom group.
Yes.
So the question is ACE freely available?
Yes, ACE is freely available for the moment. Dr. J should really answer that because it's him really running ACE. But anyways, for the Dr. J, maybe you can answer that question.
All right, so in the next 2 days, you will be given a link, 2 links actually. And what we're doing is that we're consolidating all the tools that we've built in-house. Every single tool we've built in-house will be on that platform. ACE, Accept, Smash, Record, CSAT, all the tools. I'm using acronyms, but in the next few days you'll hear what acronyms mean. ACE will be put on that space as well, will be migrated to that space, and it will be freely available. Freely available, yes, it will be freely available. There are some extensions to ACE that may not be freely available, and you'll hear more about it on Thursday, where we're actually trying to get to a point of detecting disease very early in ACE. And Dr. Rankin will add some more to that.
Jay's setting me up. All right, so one of the exercises we're going to do afterwards, right, after we come back from lunch, right, we're going to now put you in the spotlight, right? If you remember the last thing that we got 12 tons per hectare for sweet potato for biomass. Biomass is the total weight of the crop, including the leaf and the roots, or the tubers. And we got 9 tons per hectare. So here's the target. We want to find anybody who can get anything above 12 tons for yield. If you can do that, you're the brightest person in the room. There's a little trick to do it though. So you have to experiment with changing when you plant. Use the same thing. Change your soil type. Change when you plant. If you want to give the crop more water, do whatever you want. If you want to go online and search on the internet and find what is the best soil, fine, do it. Because we have about 1 hour for the 45 minutes to catch up on time. And Dr. J will show you some tricks in that. Right? Dr. J, you have another question?
Yes.
Yes.
All the tools we mentioned are web-based tools, which means there's no installation required. All the tools that we built require no installation. They're all web-based tools, which means once you have access to the internet, you have access to our tools.
Right, very good, very good point. So just to point out that what we are doing for you is we are making it even easier for you, and Jay is probably stealing his own thunder. Because what we're going to do is that we are going to migrate AquaCrop and another model onto a portal. So rather than doing even this clicking, you just select an area and it asks you what crop do you want to plant. You select the crop, it selects the closest weather station, you just tell it what soil you want, and boom, it just gives you your yield. Now, if any donor is online and you really want to partner with us, we have done this for Jamaica, we've proven it has worked. We got a lot of commendation for it from international people. What we want to do is almost to scale this across the Caribbean. And here's why. Because if I can tell you which location in your country will give you the best yield for sweet potato, the best yield for Irish potato, the best yield for cassava, the best yield for onions, you are going to save money. Not only that, the models that we're putting on the portal has the potential to tell you how much money you can earn, because we have a pricing mechanism that you can put in all the capital costs, the cost, well, not the cost for your tractor, but the cost for like the cost of irrigation, your cost of fertilizer, and so on. And you can run those and see how much money you're going to get, right? So all of that is available. So you have to come back on Thursday when Dr. J really turns on the magic, right? And you'll see all of that. All right, any other questions, Reverend Michael? Anybody have any questions on Zoom? Dion, any questions? Just comments? Anybody in the room has a question you want to ask? Have I bored you to death or put you to sleep or intimidated you? Matthew, you have any comment, any question? Do you think it's something useful? Can you come to the mic and just introduce yourself and tell us something, please?
Hello, good afternoon to you all. My name is Matthew Davis. I'm a finalizing student at the UA Mona campus. I'm majoring currently in general physics. However, I do have a background in energy and environmental physics. I'm not certain if prodigy is the word that I would use, but I do have a bit of background in climate it's a work in progress.
Okay. You think this work is useful for the Caribbean?
Sir, it's what? More than useful.
Okay. All right, good, no problem. All right, thank you.
What are the limitations of the model? Which crops can we not try aqua crop?
Okay, so what are the limitations of aqua crop? Okay, so as I mentioned before, aqua crop works with herbaceous crops. Herbaceous means crops with a known annual cycle. They have a sowing date, they have a maturity date, they then go down and they end, right? And the entire thing dies. So like Irish potato, sweet potato, those kind of crop, pepper. You know, there's a time when the pepper tree dies, right? That's it. It does not work for tree crops. In general, and that's not just for aqua crop, for any crop, for any model. That's because if you're going to model, for example, coconut, you could imagine when a coconut tree is mature, you go have to cut down the entire coconut tree from root, and you know the deepest root is the then to the highest branch, right? People would almost accuse you of deforestation, right? So it doesn't work for those kind of crops. Other limitations is that aqua crop does not give you information about the kind of fertilizer you should use. It assumes that you know it because it cannot simulate everything. It is a simplified version. What it is doing, it is showing you what happens based on your different irrigation mechanisms that you choose. So if you choose to just do rain-fed production alone, vis-a-vis irrigation. Irrigation can be drip irrigation, it can be flood irrigation, it can be furrow irrigation, and so on. And of course, it gives you the opportunity to do future simulations, looking at what climate change will do in the future. It's the only model that has inbuilt in it all the scenarios, both the ESRA scenarios of the IPCC and the new ones which are called RCPs, representative concentration pathways. It's the only model that has that and has saltwater intrusion. But it does not do tree crops, it does not do fertilizer, right, Rev? It's not based on genetics, but it is way easier to incorporate a new crop in aqua crop than any other model that I have worked with. And I've worked with at least probably 10 other models, all right? So that's it where that is concerned.
Professor Daniel is asking, does that mean that the composition of the fertilizer used is not incorporated into the model?
All right, not in this model. There's another model that I'll show you on Thursday called DSAT. And if you are interested, Professor Kaur, go on DSAT, DSSAT.net. You can download the model. You need about 500 megabytes of space on your computer to familiarize yourself with it before. That one does everything. It does genetics, it does fertilizer, and so on. Aqua crop assumes that you're using the right amount of fertilizer, so you're correct. It does make that assumption because it is just looking at the effects of irrigation or water, whether it is by irrigation or rainfall on your production. All right. So no, it does not look at that. But there are other models that are more complex. All right. So that's why I'm saying it represents a good compromise between robustness and simplicity. Right. If you want a model that is complex, then executing it is going to be very complex as well. If you want a model that is simple, then it can't give you everything.
So somebody was asking, can it be used for grasses for livestock?
Grasses for livestock, I believe so. Yes, it can be used. If you look under crop, they recently added, I think, something called forage. So it can be used for grasses. I also didn't notice in one of the, well, actually they've actually now put in onion in the model. So that's interesting. But yes, it can be used for grasses. If you know the characteristics of the grass, the short answer is yes.
All right. Next question, can aqua crop detect water quality and crop yield?
Can it detect water quality? Meaning what? If by that they mean if it can look at the quality, well, inside the model, it actually allows you to make a determination of the quality of water that you have. So you can say the water quality is good, whatever not. You can also make a distinction between water that is saline and not saline, as I mentioned before. So yes, you can.
Penultimate question, how does this model work in island context that have multiple crops grown in a small dimensions of land?
That's easy because most crop models are operating at the farm scale. So what you're basically doing is you're saying to the model that we have this crop that is growing in a particular locale. Once you know the area that you are farming in, it's very easy to do that. I know that there is a module that is now being developed that can actually do crop rotation, for example. So first you might want to farm peanuts, which fixes nitrogen in the soil, so that you farm another crop that uses a lot of nitrogen. That's also possible.
And that was there was another question from the room, and that question was, does the model consider the natural fertility of the soil, the natural soil content, the minerals within the soil itself?
All right, thanks, Dr. J. If you look on the field, all right, so I just dealt with climate, crop, and soil, but there's something called field, and if you click on the field, you see that it tells you mulch. So these are organic residues that would have been left from a previous crop. You can actually incorporate them. You can tell it what percentage of your mulch was actually incorporated, Dr. J. You can also create your own mulch file as well. So you can actually do that.
And the final question, and this is leading into the next session. Can you put the names of 2 files used for the model example? The person is using version 6.1.
Okay, so we can demonstrate them, all right, which is a nice sequence thing. All right, so if you go back to the climate, let's start with the climate first of all. My screen is being shared, right, Mike? Okay, so the first thing you want to do is to select your climate file. All right. The file that I'm using is called Brussels, but it's called BRU 76-05.
Just confirming that everybody's at the same location, meaning nobody's being left behind, because this part of it, this hands-on part of it is where you really want to be. So
right.
Everybody, if you're not there yet, just raise your hand.
Virtually, yes.
Virtually raise your hand. All right, and let us know. We will sort you out. Even if we have to pull you off in a private chat, we will sort you out. All right.
All right. So everybody's there. All right.
Good.
So far so good. Okay. So the first thing is make sure you are selecting the right file. Right. All right. So let me stop share and start share again. Right. Okay. So the first thing you must do is your climate. Right, Dr. J?
Yes.
So remember, when you select your climate, you can select any climate. The one that I wanted to select is the second climate on the list. It's called BRU 76-05.CLI.
What that mean?
Okay, so this is how you can name your file. The BRU is for Brussels, and the 05 is actually used as a demarcation for the specific location. Now you could call it, if you were farming, for example, at St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you could call it SVG 06 or SVG 2022. And then in the description now, you say, I am farming at St. Vincent and the Grenadines. My weather file goes from January 1, 2020 to December 2022. All right? You can be descriptive. All right? Now, with the other model that we are going to show you on Thursday, Dr. J, the difference is that you can only use 4 letters because it's dust-based. Right, and then that leads to a 12-based system. But this one is as icon-based. All right, so once you do that, remember, if you are going to use the file, after you click, you have to click what? In order to select it. Main menu. Remember that main menu is at the middle of the screen at the bottom.
Get a piece of pen and paper.
All right.
Get a piece of pen and paper and just jot down the steps, because when you're going back through, that is one of the weird things about this icon-based model. Typically you click save or you click something else. All right? Typically you click save or something else, but in this instance, remember, after you do that, you go back to the main menu. There is no save yet. Right. So it's something particular about the way this model runs through. So just get a pen and paper and just jot it down. After selecting the climate file, next step.
Main menu.
Main menu.
Very good, Dr. J. So once you click main menu, it is now selected. And it tells you that this Belgium is daily climate data, Dr. J, and it runs from the 1st of January, 1976 to the 31st of December. Okay, Dr. J, the reason for the 05 was for the last year.
Yes.
All right, so the 05, my bad, was for 2005. All right, but you could call it anything. All right, so the next thing we want to do now is a crop, right, Dr. J? Yes. So you have to select the crop. Remember to go to the crop. You're going to click on crop. You're going to click select crop. And when you click select crop, you go inside the file. Now let me explain something. Remember I was telling you earlier that the crop does not know, right, that today is the 10th or 11th of January. All it knows is the number of heating units that it has accumulated. So there's something called GDD, which is not gross domestic distribution. It is growing degree days. It's the number of heating units that has been accumulated over a period of time. All right, I can tell you how that is calculated, but you can search online, it's very easy. All right, so you want to select potato, Brussels, GDD. Dion, if you say in the chat, let me know, right? If anybody hear anything, all right? And you want to ensure that beside that, you don't select the one that said potato.cro or potato GDD or potato default. You want to select, or potato Lima, you want to select the one with Brussels to match the Brussels climate. Are we okay? If you click no, I see a shaking of the head there, Dr. J.
Somebody said no, not okay?
Okay, so if you can find the file for her for me.
Sure.
All right, so find the file for her for me.
All right.
Remember, you have to look for the file. All right, it's in the drop-down menu. When you click crop, you have to scroll down to the side, inside the inside menu, until you see it, right? It's not going to just be at the top, right? So Dr. J, see if you can find it for them for me, please. If anybody else, okay, we see some chats. Dion, what are these chats saying? No potato GDD. All right, if you don't see it, all right, it's not a problem. If you don't see it, select any potato file. All right, if you have Lima, you can use that one. All right, if you only have 2 potato files, any potato file will work. We're just doing a, yes, Dr. J?
GDD or potato.cro?
Preferably GDD. If you have any potato GDD, use it. Whether it is Lima or Timbuktu or Zimbabwe or Brussels, anyone will work. It's just for demonstration purposes. All right, so everybody select a potato file so far. Beyond anybody quarreling online? Everybody's fine? All right, select any potato file. Yes, wonderful. Okay, good. Now, what do you do? Jay, what is her name again? Tiffany. After you select this, how do you ensure that it is selected? What do you click? Main menu. Remember, Dr. J said you must write down the steps. You go back to main menu. When you click main menu, it is going to ask you, when do you want to farm? Remember, the last step, remember we're trying to see who can get 12 tons now. So don't select the 22nd of March now. If you're smart, you would select another thing. Let me give you a little trick. Potato and sweet potato, they say you farm them generally in any of the bare months. What are bare months? September, October, November, December, those kind of months. So if I were you, I would try sometime in September. So let us see. Remember, the best value that we got was 9 tons per hectare when we give it about 200 millimeters of water. So if everybody can follow me, select about the 10th of September. So you have to click the drop down arrow and select the 10th of September. Everybody click the 10th of September. Dr. J, click the drop down arrow. Move from the 22nd to the 10th for the day. For the month, move from September, and you can go from March and you can go to September. Now, if you want, and you're smart, later on, you can change the year from 1976 to another year, because remember, this data goes from 1976 to 2005. But for the moment, let us try 1976 first. All right? Everybody with me so far?
And anybody hearing static in our background, that's entirely due to us being pounded by rain.
All right, that's the rainfall, right? Which is good for potato. All right. Now, before you click main menu now, because you have changed the date, you have to click, yes, Dion? Thera Edwards said the year is not available to change. No, Thera, in my model, I could go in and manually write the date that I want, the year. I could change the year by typing it in.
She's seen your screen, right?
Second?
She's seen your screen.
Yes, she's seen my screen. So Thera, to answer your question, the year is not a drop-down arrow. You can click inside it and manually type what year you want, all right? Just to make that point. Okay, everybody's good. Now, before you go to main menu, you can't go main menu yet. You have to click OK, because remember, you changed the date from March to September. Are there any dissenting voices, Dion? Are we okay? All right, so you click OK in the middle of the screen. After you click OK, it goes automatically back. So now, what you're seeing that you are farming on the 10th of September, that's when you're planting. But when is your maturity date? Anybody see the maturity date that it has changed? What is the new maturity date? Anybody can say it? Anybody see the new maturity date? What is it? Pull down your mask and let me hear you, please. The 1st of May 1977. So this crop is now going over into the next year. It says September, October, it's going October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. Now, sweet potato is normally maximum a 6-month crop, right? So why this crop is going so long is because it's spanning the winter season, which is very cold. And as you know, once the temperature falls below 8 degrees, sweet potato, the Irish potato goes to sleep until it warms up back, all right? So this was a bad time. Anyway, all right, we're not going to change anything else, right? But I'm going to ask everybody to select a different soil. All right, so Dr. Leo has gone. He's led us into the wrong path, led us into temptation and gone. Now you are going to select a different soil. So I am going to say, don't look at my soil. You click the drop down arrow, select any soil that you want, any soil that you think is smart. If you were smart, you can go on Google and see which crop does best, which soil is best for Irish potato. All right? I am going to select one, but that's because I'm a little cheating because I know a little bit. After select, remember you have to click main menu. All right? Once you click main menu, and you have had your climate file, you have your crop, you tell the model when you want to plant, and you have selected your soil, then you are going to go down to the bottom, and you are going to click run. Yes? And we want to see if anybody get better than 9 for yield. I have gotten 13. Yeah. After run, you click start. So far, I am the best in the room. I get 13. What happened, Dion? Look on the chat. 17. Somebody get yield of 17? 17. For yield or for biomass? Oh, no biomass, no. Your yield is what? 13 point how much? 13.066. Make us see if I beat you. Yes, we are tied together. What is your biomass? 17 point what? 17 by what? 17.422. All right, if anybody can go past 13, you're a genius. All right, so you have to tell me what is a 17 for. Right? So let us see if anybody can go up to 20. Try get up a biomass of 20 and try get a yield of 15.
The question is how?
How? No, you have to tell me how.
No. How do they leave the screen? That's what they're asking. How do I go and tweak?
Okay, so I'm going to close the chat.
And here is what we're going to do. Once you go on to optimize, this is what we call optimization, you're going to click back main menu. Now you have an opportunity to save the run, in which case you could save it and call it, you could call the run by your name if you're smart so that you can look back and see, but we're not going to save it. What you're going to do, keep the climate the same, all right? Keep the climate the same. Keep the crop the same, because you have to keep something constant. But what you might want to change is when you plant. Are you with me? So, Matthew, go back, click crop, and once you click crop, you will see a thing come up that told you that you planted on the 10th of September, right? What's your name again? Yes. Walter. Walter. So Walter, click the drop down arrow and you plant. Oh, you're not on it? Okay. All right, no problem. Matthew, click the drop down arrow and plant on the 15th of November. Plant on the 15th of November and change the year from 1976 to 1977. Anybody online? See if you can plant in April instead of September. Somebody else try planting in June. Let us see. Right, so for right now we're just changing the planting date. That's all we're changing. Leave your soil the same, leave your climate the same, leave your crop the same. Just change the planting date alone. All right? And so I am going to change my date, and I'm not going to go March. I am going to go October, and I am going to assume I'm going to plant in 1980, just to see what happens. Right, so all I've done is change the planting date, that's all. Right? All right, and I go run. I go start and run. And I did bad. I got dropped down to 13 now. Right, so 1980 was not a good year. Right, if you look, you can know. By the way, take the chat. Somebody got, what? 18.5? Dr. Kaur, I think you're too smart, sir. All right, now let me explain these little bars here. The top one in the middle shows you if the crop is losing too much water. The middle one shows the canopy cover. The last one down the bottom shows you how much water is in the profile. So if your water is above the top line that mark FC, FC is for field capacity, it means that you're giving the crop too much water. If it falls below the line mark PWP, that is permanent wilting point, and you're killing the crop. You need to give it more water. All right? All right, so now I'm going to show you one other thing, all right, of the model. Mr. Chair, can you tell me how much time I have left, sir? Mr. Chair?
25 minutes.
How many minutes?
25.
25 minutes left? How many minutes, sir? 2 minutes, 3 minutes? About 5, all right. Okay, so here's what I want everybody to do now. Follow me now. Click on crop. Click on crop again. But this time, since we've been doing what we call guess and spell so far, we don't know what is the best thing. Right? Oh gosh, I forget her name. You. Tiffany. Now, below where you had the date, right, Matthew? On this occasion, you're going, you see something marked select criterion? You're going to click on that. Click select criterion. Now, at the top, you have a rainfall criteria, you have a temperature criteria, and you have climate file. So, if I was in Jamaica, what I would do, I would say, well, I want Accra Crop to search, and I want it to find rainfall where I have accumulated. Now, let me tell you a good thing about Irish potato. Irish potato like sweet potato, needs at least 500 millimeters of rainfall. So I would say, give me plant anytime I have a 4-day accumulative total of what? Right? So you can say you have a cumulative rainfall total of say 80 millimeters, or your sum of rainfall in X number of days amount to that, or your rainfall in 10 days, right, decade, amount to a certain time. Yes, sir.
All right, so forgive me, but Dr. Rankin does this every single day. So he tends to skip steps. So I'm going to just jump in every now and then and tell you what he did was select rainfall criteria.
Okay, my bad.
Right? So people are trying to follow along. They're jumping between two screens. So every now and then if you hear my voice, it means that.
Let me start over.
All right.
All right, so you select crop. When crop comes up, it gives you the option to change the date.
Good.
On this occasion though, we don't know what is the best date.
Good.
So we are going to ask the model to search for the best date for us.
Yes.
Can you say amen? Good. So what we're going to do, we're going to select criteria.
Because the model has a built-in feature to help us with that.
Right. Now you can select 4 different criteria.
Yes.
You can select the criteria called mode, in which you just select mode and specify a calendar date, or specify a date by rainfall criteria or by temperature.
With you.
Or you can click on the icon at the top, option called rainfall criteria. And if you click rainfall criteria, you're telling the model when this condition is met where rainfall is concerned, start the planting.
With you.
Or you can say, my real concern is temperature.
Good.
This works mostly for countries that have cold days.
Good.
So in the Caribbean, temperature criteria is not so important because almost every day we hot. All right? So let us concentrate on the rainfall criteria because I hear Mr. Maxime saying my time is up.
All right, so that's a rainfall criteria tab at the top.
At the top. Second tab at the top. Now, so you are telling it, when you want it to start the search must be within the time when you have the weather data.
Good.
So we have the weather data from the 1st of January, 1976, to the 31st of December, 2005.
Good.
Okay. Now, that is when the search is going to start and end.
Good.
Now we are telling the model what you must search for. We are saying to the model, I want you to start searching and tell me when my accumulative rainfall reaches a certain amount of rainfall.
Good.
So, because I know Irish potato needs a lot of water when it just starts, I'm going to put 80 millimeters. I say anytime rainfall reach 80 millimeters accumulative, just give me that date. If you look down the bottom, you will see in red that it is telling you that the first date when that occurs is the 13th of February, 1976.
Good.
Okay. So if you accept that, you have to click accept, which is the name of another tool.
Yes.
Yes. When you click accept, you have to click what now to select it? Main menu.
Tiffany gets it now.
Main menu. Good. So now your crop is saying main menu. Now it is specifying that the date you want to plant is the 13th of February. Yes? Yes. Somebody had asked Dr. J about quality of water and so on.
Yes.
So if you look on the simulation options, you notice now that the period of simulation is from the 1st of January to the 3rd of July. Below that you have something marked initial conditions.
Yes.
When you click initial conditions now, you can select initial conditions and you can go in and you can tell it something about where it was dry before, it was wet before, all of that kind of stuff, right? You can tell the model that, right? You can tell it what was happening in your off-season. So if you select the off-season file, you can make your off-season, whether you had mulching in the off-season and so on, all right? I don't have time to go into the project feature, but the project feature would allow you, instead of running it for 1 year at a time, you could set up the model because we have from 1976
to 2000.
To 2000 is 24 years, plus 2005 is 5 more years, so 29 years, right? 25 years. You could run the model for the entire 25 year by setting up a project and say select the entire data,
yes,
and just run it. And it would just save all that for you one time. And if you wanted to see which year out of that gave you the best yield, you could do that. That's what project does.
Okay.
But we're not doing that right now. All right? The last tab under that, Dr. J, is called field data.
All right.
What field data does, it allows you to enter the data that you measured in the field. Okay? So that you could compare what you measure with what the model simulates.
So the biomass and the yield.
Right. Why is that important? When you run your model, it would plot what the model simulates versus what you measure. The closer the two values are, the closer your model is to doing the right thing, or the more accurate is your simulation.
We're with you now.
Good. But we're not going there, so, because that is a whole 2 weeks. We're going to run the model now, because we selected the criteria, and we're going to click start, because the chair said my time is up. All right, and I went down to 8 tons and 6.5 tons, right? So just to show you that you could do all of that. One last thing before you interject, Dr. J. One last thing. Somebody's saying this is an irrigation model. When you click main menu and go back to irrigation, if you click irrigation, you will notice that you can select different kinds of irrigation. You could go with different types of irrigation. For example, you could go based on net irrigation requirements, which is something that tells you how much of readily available water you want to deplete and so on. All right? That is something you can do. If you go back to irrigation again, ladies and gentlemen, you could also create an irrigation file by saying, well, I am not so interested in that. I want to generate my own irrigation schedule. When you click irrigation schedule, you can click what type of irrigation system you want. Whether you want to have a sprinkler irrigation, a drip irrigation, drainage irrigation, all of those. And you can tell the model whether you want to wet the entire field 100% or 50% and so on. So that is how you could enter that. Now, to set up the schedule, you can click here. Day 1 is when you plant. That is there. So if you go down here, for example, and you put day 5, it would automatically put the day that corresponds to 5 days after you plant in the model. Right? So you could either put the date and it would put the number of days, or you could put the number of days and it would put the date. And you tell it how much water you put in and all of that. All right? Remember, we had put in 80 millimeters of water. That is why the 80 is there. All right? But my time is up. All right? You can play around with the model. Dr. J and myself are available via email. You have our emails. You have our cell number. You can call by WhatsApp and everything like that. Whatever questions you have, right? We are available to help you. Thank you very much.
Before you close out, though, Dale, there's an important question in the chat. If this is using data in the past, how do we account for climate change? One of the things we did not go through was you could insert your own climate file. Not to show them in it, but just to provide an answer.
Yes. So 2 things. You can use this as a decision-making tool. For example, if you did not know when to plant, you could get historical data from your Met Office, run the thing and say when is the best time to plant. So that's what we were doing. If you had current data, you can incorporate current data into the model, which is a very simple process, and run your simulation now. All right? You can also use it in season, meaning you can say, all right, I'm not sure what yield I'm going to get at the end of my crop season. So you could ask the Met Service, can you give me data for the first 3 months in my crop season? And you can run the model and see what you get. Now, if after X number of months in your crop season, or half your crop season, you're getting yield of Y, you have a rough idea of what you will get by the end of the season. You can do that as well, which is why you need to run it in the historical past. Because when you see, you stop the model halfway and see what your yield was. When you run it to the end, you see what your yield was. So you can run it in the present now and say, right, after 3 months, if I get in 15 tons per hectare, by the end of the season, based on history, I'm supposed to get another 15, right? If you want to run it for the future now, like for climate change, now that is a total different thing now. You'd have to get downscale data from Dr. J, and you can change your climate
carbon dioxide file, which is in the model. All of them are there. All right, just for the morbidly curious, when you go in the climate file and you click select climate characteristics, if you look down the bottom, you see it say Mauna Loa. Mauna Loa assumes no change in the carbon dioxide. That is from the observatory lab in Australia. But if you click down, if you click down here and say CO, if you go up to the top and click CO2, you'll see that you can select another CO2 file. If you click select another CO2 file, you see all the Esri scenarios there. B1, B2, that's not vitamins by the way, that is some Esri scenarios. You go RCP, all of these things. These are different CO2 concentration. So if we selected any one of these right now, you would see that your yield go way through the roof because the CO2, sweet potato, Irish potato love more CO2, right? Because it can open less to take in less lose less water and everything like that. But when we're not doing a climate change experiment, by default we select the Mauna Loa curve. If you wanted to have by 2050 what your yield is going to be, this is how you would do it. Get downscale data from Dr. J, that is his area of specialization. So you get the temperature data for the future, you get the weather data for the future. He will give you like several different realization of the future. You change your CO2 file, you save it inside the model and you run. And you could tell the Ministry of Agriculture in your country, by 2050, don't plant Irish potato or don't plant this type of Irish potato. All right? All right, that is it. My time is up. Mr. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, Drs. Rankin and Campbell. I have been asked to moderate, but really, Dave just had me on standby. I'm ready here to introduce one of the people I consider to be my really close friends and someone who, like Professor Taylor and some of the previous speakers, really needs no serious introduction. Anybody involved in agriculture in this part of the world would know the name Adrian Trotman. And I see him smiling there. He probably thinks I'm going to disclose, a lot of information that shouldn't be disclosed on a chat like this. But I just suffice it to say that I want to welcome Adrian to do his presentation as a representative of the CIMH to tell us about some of the services and so that they provide. And I want to thank him again for accepting our invitation to be part of this webinar. Adrian, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, first of all. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to make this brief presentation. And thanks particularly to Dale for pursuing and contacting me and making sure that CIMH contributes here. Putting this together with a couple of my colleagues that you see on this slide, Dr. Mahan and Stout, part of the Caribbean Regional Climate Center here at CIMH. Just in case you're unfamiliar with what CIMH is, we are essentially, the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. We are based in Barbados first and foremost, and we're the technical arm of the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, and we're also an organization of the Caribbean community, or what we call CARICOM. We have multiple roles as CIMH. Some of them fall under what's now the Caribbean Regional Climate Center. For example, a regional climate data center, you see there. But most importantly, the presentation will be centered around the work of the 2017 designated Regional Climate Center, designated under the World Meteorological Organization. And what I would like also to introduce here is what we call the Global Framework for Climate Services. That's the framework that essentially governs a lot of the work of the RCC, of the Regional Climate Center. And when we talk about climate services, what do we really mean? Essentially, it's providing climate information to help individuals and organizations to essentially make climate smart decisions. But it's not as simple as just providing climate information. There are products and services that need to be developed, but they're developed under particular infrastructure. They're developed under discussions, negotiations, and so on amongst researchers, climate information providers like your Met Services, for example. And of course, like most of you here, users of climate information. And the vision of the global framework for climate services, as you see there, and I'll read it directly, to enable better management of the risk of climate variability and change and adaptation to climate change through the development and incorporation of science-based climate information and prediction, but into planning, the policy and practice on the regional, national, regional, and global scales. Of course, my focus here is the regional scale, but because CIMH essentially works with more than 20 countries across the region, including those in CARICOM and those under the Caribbean Meteorological Organization. I would also want to say that some of this is actually relevant to the national scale as well. But if we want to talk just 30 seconds or so about that global framework, incorporate some key pillars. We're going to start by talking about the information system. So we look at the result of that. What are the products being provided by the Regional Climate Center, and how it's being influenced by things like observing and monitoring and collecting data, doing research and modeling. You've seen a lot of that so far today. But very important is user interfacing. That's how we become relevant. That's how provided the information becomes relevant, because we know what the users need, or have a better idea of what the users need, but the users also have a good idea of the limitations of the climate providers like the National Met Services. And all this is underpinned by building capacity, both in the research and the research agencies like CIMH, like University of West Indies even, but also the providers of information like your Met Services and the users, of course. So this is the basis of the global framework for climate services. And this is prioritized under a number of sectors, one of them being agriculture and food security. And since 2013, we've been running in the Caribbean national and regional parallel programs that are kind of paralleling, as I said, the global framework for climate services. So what are some of the climate information that is provided by the Regional Climate Center that supports climate smart decision making, particularly in the agriculture sector? I'm sure you will see that at the national scale from the next presenter. So here we're talking about climate monitoring. Part of what we do, part of the information we provide is what has happened in recent times, over the last month, over the last 3 months, over the last 6 months, the last year, and in case of drought, even over the last 24 months, 2 years. Because if you're doing agriculture, what happened recently plays a very big role in the result, in the yield. For example, that you heard Dale mentioning quite a bit. So we have monitoring rainfall, we monitor temperature, we monitor drought as well. But then we have what we call our seasonal forecast products. Unlike some of the stuff you would have seen so far today, where we're talking about 2050, and if you continue to talk climate change, we're here all the way to 2100. What we focus on at the Regional Climate Center is seasonal and sub-seasonal forecast information. In other words, what's going to happen over the next 3 to 6 months, for example. And more recently, what will happen over the next 1 weeks, or even up to 4 weeks. We would also say that we're placing this emphasis. And you will see products on drought, you will see products on wet spells, wet days. You will also see products related to heat. And all of these have implications, as you see a bit later. I mentioned this again a bit later for the agriculture sector. You would imagine when you talk wet days and extreme wet spells, we're talking about flooding, potential for erosion. When we're talking about heat, and we're talking about the potential for heat stress and stuff. When we and talking about rainfall that will reduce the yield in crops even in livestock. So right now, when we talk, I showed you more the seasonal forecast products in the last slide, but we work with the United States Regional Climate Center in Washington, DC, to support the shorter term climate information at 1 week ahead, 2 weeks ahead. For example, here, I provide 2 examples of what you will get for 1 week forecast, where in the top one here, for example, this was issued on the 23rd of November, 2021, November last year, and it tells you what's the probability for at least 25 millimeters of rain or 100 millimeters of rain on the right-hand side over the next 7 days. So then that's what we call a 1 week forecast. And this one is week 2 probabilistic forecast. So this one is more recent. This was issued on the 10th of January, and it's telling you what will happen 2 weeks down the road. So this is valid from the 18th to the 24th. So it's essentially issued yesterday, and it's telling you over the region, and this is a different type of product to this one. This is looking at the anomalies, whether you will have above normal or below normal rainfall in 2 weeks from now. So the period covering 18th to 24th of January. And what we will be doing specifically for the Caribbean is looking at tailoring this information for social sectors. So those who work with these is the agriculture and food security sector. I think that could be very useful. You look at what has been presented over the last 2 presentations by Dale Rankin is, but on the seasonal time scale, what's the probability that the next 3 months is likely to yield a certain amount of rainfall? This is an old one. This is from just prior to December 2019. So it would have come out at the end of, around the end of November 2019, and it's providing you with a forecast of exceedance for the period December 2019 to February 2020. And it's basically suggesting here, what is the probability of, on the left-hand side, having rainfall of more than 200 millimeters over this period, December 2019 to February 2020. And you see that in some cases, the probability is very high, and in other cases, the probability is very low. So if you know you have a crop that in 3 months need 200 millimeters of rainfall, the probability of exceedance will suggest to you, listen, maybe this is not a good time to be starting to plant in December 2019 a crop. For example, here in Cuba, where you have a very low probability that you know would not give you the amount of rainfall to plant, to grow a particular crop strictly rain-fed. But on the right-hand side, this is what's the probability of exceeding 500 millimeters if there's a crop that needs more water. But obviously, in the Caribbean region, in December to February, that's essentially within our dry season. So the probability of 500 millimeters is very low. But we might want to look at that, say, for the period August, September, October. It will look totally different. You'll be seeing many more of these colors over here if the 3-month period be different. But I think you're getting the point I'm making, when we could actually provide some information over the next 3 months. What's the likelihood of having certain amounts of rainfall? So this would be very useful to agriculture when you talk about planning for the next 3 months or so. So we also have a number of information products. All the products that you see here, one way or another, sometimes they're selected because of what we see as important over the next 3 month, next seasonal period. But for example, here, this one on the left is, or what we call our Caribbean Climate Outlook Forum newsletter, or CARICOM newsletter. It's more geared towards the meteorologists and your Met services. We do this on a regional scale, and the Met services would be able to look at this and be able to interpret it for the national scale. if so needs be. We also produce the Caribbean Drought Bulletin. And actually, when I started what's called the Caribbean Drought and Precipitation Monitoring Network, it was essentially driven by my interest in agricultural drought as an agro-meteorologist, but it has scaled up to be very, very inclusive of many of the socioeconomic sectors, providing them with information that's necessary for them to make such climate smart decisions, including and particularly as well for the water sector. But then we have our own bulletin, agroclimatic bulletin, climatic bulletin for the agriculture sector that is prepared every month. And it's on our webpage. We have an email, list that if you don't receive this and you're interested, please contact us and we'll be able to put you on that list. So what you saw here is a number of products which are more climate related, but you can draw inference from that for the agriculture sector. But our focus now is tailoring specifically for sectors, including the agriculture sector. So when we talk drought, we're going to talk specifically agricultural drought as we focus on drought products that can be far more tailored, far more useful for decision making for the agriculture sector. We're working with a couple countries now to look at irrigation requirements over a period of days all the way up to season. We're working as well on those extreme wet spells to be able to provide information on flood and erosion potential. I already mentioned heat stress as a focus, and we're working along with some others to move from heat wave days where we know there's the implication for heat stress to actually look at quantifying in some way heat stress, particularly for the agriculture sector, poultry and livestock we have interest in, but also farmers are human, and heat stress can reduce how much farmers can put into an entire day. And we've had reports from farmers who have looked at our heat wave information. And one of them, I think it's Trinidad, that had made some contact with us and indicated that very hot period last year around September or so, this summer of 2021 and 2020, I think he remarked, he could only go into his field really during the very early morning and late evening, which would have reduced the amount of work he could put in on his farm. There's also Coral Reef Watch, the Caribbean Coral Reef Watch, which is already a product that coastal zone managers and so on use because there's implication for fisheries. I'll quickly go on to another approach we've been using for farmers in Guyana and more recently in Dominica. PICSA, we call it Participatory Integrated Climate Services for Agriculture. I think this was introduced already in Jamaica as well, but we're making it more a routine activity, mainstreamed activity in Guyana and Dominica. And essentially it's looking at simple ways that we can provide such a climate service to farmers and other agriculturists, but utilizing the agriculture extension officers in the process. So it's using climate information, both the monitoring of historical information and forecast information as well, but understanding the options typically at the disposal of local farmers and using the farmers' understanding and recognizing the challenges that's potentially being posed by the next season's climate, then you support the farmer in making certain decisions. He looks at his challenges or opportunities, and there are a number of what we call participatory tools that helps the farmers to make decisions by looking at his options based on his context. So essentially, we help the farmers to decide. So what happens is that we start by discussing with the farmers what the climate of the area looks like. And the farmer brings to us then, well, typically this is the typical climate you just raised to us. This is what we typically do on our farms. But then very important, there are those years where the season does something different to what is normal or different to what is expected. And even though you have a way of doing things, the question that will be asked is, based on the forecast for the next season, is there anything you can do differently that would mitigate the impacts of the conditions that are upcoming? And this is where the discussion really gets important with our farmers. Is there anything based on the forecast that you would do differently to mitigate the impact of what might be a bad season for you as a farmer? On the other hand, there might be opportunities that might be very good, that you might make up another decision. So, you know what, if it's going to be that good, I'm going to choose this particular crop so that I know that I can get maximum economic benefit. So there are opportunities as well. Right now, we're working with Grenada and St. Lucia to look at strengthening agriculture disaster risk management planning. So we're working on developing a link between one of our drought indices, the forecast for that index, how it prepares us to planning for a season that might have deficits in rainfall that would impact what the farmer does on their farms. So we're working with that in Grenada and St. Lucia at the moment with the National Drought Mitigation Center of the US that's based in Nebraska. So we talked a lot about the information, and we want you to recognize that the other 4 pillars, not just the climate services information system, but the other 4 pillars become very important to making it a service. There's one thing about having a product, but a service and a product is not necessarily one and the same thing. So the other 4 pillars, we raise this now, the importance of having these pillars to support the climate information that a lot of us as climatologists and meteorologists like to prepare and present, but sometimes it's often not clear. So we have obviously supporting this is the fact that you need data, but data is not only climate data, you know. To be able to provide a service to agriculture, we need to have agricultural data, whether it be crop, as you saw for the crop model as an example, or livestock, or whatever the case may be. The information becomes very important, not just the climate information, but the agriculture information, because we need to be able to look at the relationships between the two to be able to support forecasting, not for the climate, but forecasting for what the climate will do on agriculture. So that is supported, of course, doing that is supported by research and modeling, and allows us to develop the necessary tools for prediction. Understanding each other, as I said earlier, is important to interface like we are doing now, but in a setting where it could be virtual too, in a setting where we can discuss what's important for agriculture and also what are the limitations of the meteorological services, whether it be at the regional or the national scale. And of course, building capacity becomes important, because if a farmer or a group of farmers say, I would like to have certain types of climate information, we have to build the capacity in the meteorological service to be able to prepare, present, and deliver such information, but also for the agriculturists to be able to interpret and apply that information. And we have other means of support. At the regional level, we have established what we call the RESATS Consortium, the Early Warning Information Systems across climate timescales, where the 6 sectors and the regional agencies that support them at that level, we work together to be able to build a program and to be able to build products and services. And you see that for the agriculture sector, we have CARDI here, and we have observer agencies. Another one in agriculture called the Agricultural Alliance for the Caribbean. That's an observing organization, farmers as they're part of their network that support us in building up this program. But these are what you see here are the key agencies representing the 6 sectors: energy, health, tourism, disaster risk reduction, water and agriculture. And we work together because what happens, what impacts agriculture also impacts the hotel sector because they need to eat. So we see this as a holistic approach to climate services. But just to finish off here then, not to keep you any longer, what we have been working on, and Dale would be familiar with this, we're looking to upgrade in a project now that's been delayed a lot because of COVID, to upgrade what's called the portal of the CARISAM, the Caribbean Society for Agro-Meteorology, where we want to have a platform where agriculturists and people with interest in agriculture can come together, discuss issues related to agriculture and climate. We can be training courses, useful information, and so on. There's some here already on the portal, but as I said, we're seeking to upgrade that. And once we have that upgraded, we will do a relaunch of the actual portal. And many of the things you're discussing here that I've heard so far this afternoon from Dale and from Jay, we can pool our resources to give a better service overall, whether it be seasonal or for climate change, seasonal climate or for climate change, and give the agriculture community across the Caribbean, a pool and more overarching set of information, products and services across the Caribbean. So I just want to say thank you and thanks again for inviting me, just to give an idea of what we do as a climate service for the agriculturists in the region. And I'm sure that I think your next presenter will be Glenn Roy, who will be able to zoom in at a regional scale, but with the understanding, at the national scale, but with the understanding that we work together across the Caribbean, Meteorological Services and the CIMH and the Caribbean Meteorological Organization, to build climate products and services that would be of use and informative to our agricultural community. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks a lot, Adrian. I'm assuming that we will take Mr. Brown's presentation and then do questions jointly, since it's captured as one presentation, as one session, one module. I'd like to introduce Mr. Brown, Roy Brown, who is climate service specialist attached to the Meteorological Services of Jamaica, but with international experience. And he's going to be able to add a coastal perspective because he's a lecturer at the Institute out in Jamaica. So Mr. Brown, please, floor is yours.
All right, everyone should be seeing my screen now. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Rankin and his team for this opportunity to present the work that the Met Service has been doing in agricultural sector over the years. As the speaker before spoke about the various tools available across the region for stakeholders, from the Meteorological Service point of view, I've been narrowing in basically on the work that the Met Service has been doing within the agricultural sector. The Met Service for years have worked closely with partners like RADA to ensure the economic viability of the sector remains sustainable in light of a changing climate. And by looking at that, we want to look at basically my presentation will take a 4-part approach. I've looked basically at the mandate of the Meteorological Service, the response of the Meteorological Service to the changing climate, as well as the products and services that we have created for the agricultural sector. We'll briefly look at some of the achievements and challenges within our capability of providing these services for the agricultural sector as well. Right? So for years, the Meteorological Service have been providing somewhat tailor-made products. for different sectors. We have provided weather information for the airline industry. And during that time period, we were able to design products and services for the sector in terms of providing hourly observations, or even to provide a 24-hour forecast basically for our airports, both at the Manly and Sangster International Airport. But with a change in climate, what we realize is that the weather pattern have been changing, and the demand for services, especially climate smart products, have grown over the years. And so the Met Service has somewhat shifted its mandate and its core focus away from the aviation industry to other sectors. And one of those sectors is the agriculture sector. Why the agriculture sector? We have seen for years a change in the rainfall pattern as well as warmer climate. And these have somewhat of an impact on the sector, but the agriculture sector remains one of those sectors that is very sensitive to the impact of climate change. So for years, we're seeing more frequent storms, stronger intensity of these storms. When it do rain, we have severe flooding in some areas. And for years, we have also seen the intensity of drought, severe drought, and in some cases, even severe bushfires. So with this type of impact, the Met Service had decided that we needed to respond to the change in climate and to produce some form of products and services that will assist the agriculture sector to prepare or to guide itself to better handle the impact of climate change. Now, how do we went about doing this? To provide this type of service, we decided that we would have customized, tailored product that are geared at our stakeholders. So whether we're looking at a farmer all the way in St. Elizabeth, or whether we're talking to our policymakers, we were able to design products and services that will be geared to these end users. And the question might be asked, why agricultural sector? Why is it that the Met Service targeted the agricultural sector? Well, the agricultural sector, as we know it, is largely rain-fed. More than 87% of our farmers, basically across the island, rely on the rainfall pattern. Jamaica has two rainfall patterns, basically. We have a secondary rainfall season and a primary rainfall season. So most of the time, the farmers are normally planting their crops around these rainfall patterns. But over the years, we realized that there's a shift in the rainfall pattern. And these sectors, which the agricultural sector remains a very sensitive sector when it comes to any shift in the rainfall pattern, and also for a warmer climate, as we've been seeing over the years that the temperatures have been increasing significantly, and we have been longer periods of drought. So any shift in the weather pattern basically would have affected the agricultural sector significantly. So the Met Office basically zoomed in on that sector to ensure that we could ensure the viability and the sustainability of the sector. Other factors, the agriculture sector accounts for about 7 to 15% of the domestic producer GDP. It's in terms of the workforce, it accounts for about 20% of our total labor force. So in essence, the agricultural sector is vital to the economy and the growth of Jamaica. So in a recent trip that I went to the United States, I was surprised to see our Jamaican yellow yam being displayed in a local supermarket there, and it just speaks to the demand for Jamaican products globally, and the agricultural sector. We have seen more and more of our products are being exported. Even last year, we had quite a shipment of Julie mangoes and other products. So we wanted to play our part in ensuring that the sector remains viable. So we decided to design a lot of the products and services around the agricultural sector. Right? So how do we went about doing this? One other thing is that Met Service basically in the early days centered most of its data collection around rainfall, collecting rainfall and temperature data. But we realized that in order to provide a service to the agricultural sector, we had to have a more expansive data network, not just spatially, but also the type of parameters that we collect, type of weather data that we collect. And we are now in a process where we have expanded our network of weather stations. Automatic weather stations have increased to over 100 within our network. And we are now collecting various parameters, even soil moisture data. So this type of information goes into our different products and services that we deliver. And by expanding our network, we're able to provide more services, not just to the agriculture sector, but to all the sectors that might need it. So what does this do for us? We are now able to give longer lead time for forecasts. Generally, our forecasts are generally for 1 to 3 days. Well, now we have a forecast that can either go between 1 to 6 months. So whether you're looking at the short-term forecast for the weather aspect, we can also do this forecast for localized areas, for any local community. So, and we can also project what is it likely to be for drought, rainfall, or even temperature 3 months, 6 months in advance. So we are now using the computer models, advanced technology in our climate smart weather forecasting area to predict what the forecast for these parameters. And this gives the user of the information enough lead time to make the right decision on the farm. Decisions like what to plant, when to plant, just by knowing the information that is being provided through the tools. We have various means of transmitting this information to the end users. It can go into our main means is through our website or through the internet. Through our email system, but we also have like text messaging that persons can actually get the forecast information at their fingertip. And we're also improving our technology in short future. So we'll be actually having a technology where persons can actually get turn-by-turn navigation and weather information at the same time. So we're as we continue to improve on our products and services, especially for the agricultural sector, we look at means at which we can also improve the information that we are providing to our farmers as well. So what is our main goal in doing this? The idea is to create customized services that are targeted to our agricultural sector and our end users. And we are not trying to reinvent the wheel. Yes, we are using new technology and we're using computer models to assist us in delivering the products and services that we are providing. This information is basically just building on the infrastructure that we have. And that is one of the reasons why I said that one of the things that we're doing is to improve or expand our network so we can collect more data. And not just more data, but to collect this data in real time. Because one of the challenges that the Met Service had before was to, a lot of the data was being collected at the end of the month. So they're not real-time stations. So we have increased our network of stations across the island to ensure that we can collect this information in a real-time scenario. And at the end of the day, what we want to do is to take the same weather information that we have so accustomed to, tailor it for the sector, that it presents a much clearer picture of what the forecast is likely to be. Whether the user want the information for the next 6 months, whether the user just want to know what is expected in their specific location, whether the information that they're searching for is just about drought, whether the information that they're searching for is just about maybe just typical wind information because they want to spray it today. We are able to provide all of that critical information at the tip of your fingertip. So what are our major achievements? One of our major achievements is that on a monthly basis, we still provide our agromet bulletin to our end users and farmers, as well as our stakeholders. So every month we provide an information bulletin, which is called our agromet bulletin, which provides the user with at least 3 months, what has happened over the last 3 months in their location, and what is likely to happen over the next 3 months, based on our forecast from our computer model. So this is something that is presented on our website every month, and the users have access to this type of information. We also partners with other agencies across the region, like CIMH, in developing our first seasonal drought forecast tool, which is now being used by millions of farmers across the region in order to provide detailed information about the upcoming drought season. So we can provide this type of information with longer lead time, like 3-6 months in advance, to ensure that the users have the requisite information at their fingertip. The drought forecast tool is something that is now adopted by WMO and our regional partners, and they work very close with us to assist us in disseminating and passing on this information to our end users as well. So let us look briefly at how do we assess even the effectiveness of this early warning information that we're providing to our end users. Because yes, it's one thing to develop a product and service, but it is always good to have an idea as to how effective is this information that we're providing to the public and to our farmers and stakeholders. And one way of doing that is that in 2015, after we developed our drought tool, we basically did an assessment of the tool in the year 2015. And the way we did it was that in February, we had actually, based on the information that was coming from the drought forecast tool, we were able to declare a drought in eastern and central parishes. By July, we were able to use that same prediction tool to indicate that the drought will continue even all the way up till September. And based on that information, farmers were able to make decisions. Not all the farmers had access to this information, but we look at that in detail in a little while. So in 2015, what actually happened? If we assess the severity of the drought and how important it was at that time to have a drought forecasting tool, this is what the findings will look like. In 2015, the island actually experienced one of the worst droughts in 30 years. In some sections of eastern end of the island, those areas even received even less than 10% of their expected amount of rainfall. So it was a year that the tool actually worked, and it was a year that we actually experienced one of the worst drought, right? How bad was the drought? The agricultural production basically fell by about 30%. And if we are supposed to have an idea what this means, agricultural production fell by 30%. Let's look at just the economical impact of this on the country, right? If we use the 2014 GDP figures to just look and see what the impact was, you will see that the GDP figures for 2014 was 13 in terms of agriculture. In terms of GDP figures, it was 13.889 billion US dollars. Agriculture contribution would work out to be approximately 1 billion US dollars. If we had a drop in decline in agricultural production, then we're looking at a whopping deficit of about $300 million in loss, just because of a drought that occurred in 2015, right? So that is one way that we can look at it. We can also, we did an assessment basically of looking at the impact with the farmers that had the information with regards to what the drought, when will the drought end, when will it start, all of that climate information some farmers had versus farmers who had no idea as to what type of climate risk they were at in the 2015 drought. And this is just a way of assessing the effectiveness of the climate service product through our drought forecast tool. And what it revealed to us was shocking. We realized that nationally, agricultural production went down by 30%, which I just spoke about. But what we realized though is that farmers who had no information about the climate, the drought condition, the rainfall, the information that was coming from the Met Service, they lost as much as 72% of their production in that year. While on average, those farmers who were attending our forums, receiving text messages with regards to the impact of the drought, actually lost only about 39% on average of their production. So right away, we can see the economic benefit of having such a drought forecast tool available to the farmers on a daily basis, right? So let's briefly look at some of our achievements and some of what we have been doing in the agricultural sector. For one, we have developed an agro meteorology and climate service training manual for our extension officers that they are currently using on a routine basis. We have also developed our community forecast tool, which gives users like farmers an indication of what is likely in their community or their farm location. We have seasonal forecasting products that goes out on a monthly basis. And these type of products provide the user not just with drought information, not just with temperature information, but also rainfall information. And these seasonal forecasts have a lead time of like 3 months, and they can go in some cases 6 months. We have also developed what we call a early warning index for bushfires, and this has been used in areas that are prone to bushfires to assist those farmers that who sometimes suffer heavy loss as a result of the bushfires in those locations. So we are constantly working though with other sectors and with other partners in order to develop more tools and services. And in the coming year, you will hear about new services that are being rolled out by the Meteorological Survey to assist in those different sectors as well. It is good to have a product and a service out there, but as any product or any service, it is sometimes we have our challenges. And yes, when there's no exception here, we do want to ensure that our product have the requisite skill and the confidence to ensure that the users continue to use the product and the service. So, you know, it is not a perfect science. I'm not gonna stand here or sit here and tell you that, okay, every time we do the forecast that it is always right. But we have always assessed our product, and we are very confident that most of the time we get it right. And the skill level has remained high enough for us to continue to use and distribute these products and services. And whenever those things are not at the highest level what we want it to be, we constantly assess these products and services to ensure that they remain at the highest level at all times. Yes, we have a challenge in communication. Within the agricultural sector, we have a wide range of persons with different educational background, and we have to communicate with each one of them in different ways, and that is one of the major challenges that we face within the sector itself. But we continue to do our utmost best to ensure that we're able to provide the information tailored in such a specific way that even if we're talking to a farmer all the way out in St. Elizabeth, he's able to understand exactly what type of information is coming out of the product and service. So communication continues to be a challenge. Right? All right, so I will end here by just saying that the Met Service continues to work with our stakeholders and our partners just to ensure that we are delivering on our mandate, to ensure that we are providing this information in a timely manner, and to ensure that the users are in receipt of the information as well. So we will continue to work with our stakeholders because climate change poses a significant risk, especially for the agricultural sector. And as I said before, the agricultural sector accounts for at least 7% of our GDP. And we see from year to year that our products are now available widely across the region in different supermarkets and in different areas. So the demand for agriculture and in order for us to sustain our economy, agriculture must be at the forefront. And with that, I'll just say thanks and I end my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strothman and Brown. I'd like to ask Mr. Brown, I see that you're a lecturer at the Maritime University. Do any of your services impact directly the maritime industry and fisheries? Are there any services tailored for the fisher folk?
Very good question. So right now we're actually in negotiation with the fisher folks to actually develop a service for the fishery industry that will be rolled out shortly. It will be looking at not just marine fisher folks, but also the inland fishers. And it will be providing tailor-made products and services for those specific areas. So yes, we are actually in negotiation now with the fishery industry division, to actually develop that tool, and it will be available soon to the sector.
Yeah, thank you. And Adrian, one of your colleagues, Myra, from the CARDI office in Belize, was mentioning the fact that it's one thing to suggest that farmers change crops, but many of the large farmers particularly tend to have a single crop that they grow, more or less, independent of whatever information they get from the Met Services. What would be your comment to that?
Yeah, totally agree. I would say that that's just an option. Remember, I showed you a slide where you look at your context and you take the option based on what you're accustomed doing, what is economically beneficial to you, but taking the climate into consideration and what it will do next. Sometimes it might just be as simple as delaying planting, or sometimes it might, if it's, for example, in the case of deficits in rainfall, it might be a case of determining, okay, I have an irrigation source, but based on what I'm hearing for the next 3 months, I might not be able to have a source that could satisfy my 12 acres. Maybe I would choose to grow 8 because I should have enough water for 8 acres. So there are the multitude of options, but it's always based on your context.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not seeing any specific questions in the chat. I can assure participants that the recordings will be available in short order. I'm not sure if Dale or Dr. Campbell has a question, but I'm not seeing any specific questions for the two presenters. So I think I'll take this opportunity to thank them profusely, Adrian and Glenroy. Pardon the familiarity, Glenroy, but you know, I'm a fellow like that. You know, if you share 20 minutes, I consider you a lifelong friend. So thanks for that, Mr. Trotman and Brown. And I'd like to ask Drs. Rankin and Campbell to take us through the final session for today.
Okay, thank you very much, Adrian. Thank you very much. I know that it's a very difficult time for the CIMH. The presenter who is in charge of all the climate services under the excellent stewardship of Mr. Trotman, who was my supervisor when I was doing my postdoc there as a researcher. Thank you, Adrian, for the experience. Cedric Van Meerbeek, we say a word of prayer for him. He had open heart surgery, as we understand. He's recuperating. Adrian, please, on our behalf, please send our best wishes for his speedy recovery. I saw Dr. Farrell sending out a notification today about the progress that has been made. Let him know that our prayers are with him, and he's made tremendous contribution to climate services in the Caribbean. So I'm going to ask everybody in the room to please give him, Cedric, a round of applause. He can hear us in Belgium. Will they do that? Thank you very much, Cedric, for all that you have done. We appreciate it. Adrian, thank you very much. So what we're going to do, under normal circumstances, Michael, can you say how many people are online still? We have over 100? 122, wow. Under normal circumstances, we'd have what is called a review of the day. And somebody would stand and go through and talk and say, the first presentation was this and the second presentation. Well, we found that that doesn't really work. A number of persons tune out, they go to sleep, people just go offline. So what we're going to do, we're going to do a review, but in the form of Jeopardy, a Jeopardy game. And how it's going to work is we're going to put a series of questions up. The first person to respond, you have to virtually raise your hand, or if you're in the room, you'll actually literally raise your hand, and we'll give you the opportunity to answer. All right? Now, to ensure that we have full participation of everybody, nobody will be allowed to answer 2 consecutive questions.
Yes.
All right? So just since we have 120 odd people online, we want to make sure everybody gets a chance, right? Some of them will be hilarious, I will say that. You know, when you're working with Jay and Michael and Rodika, you know, they're going to put some trick questions. Some of them are tricky. But we'll put the Jeopardy up in just a minute, and then we can take it from there. All right? Thank you.
So the 2 questions we had outstanding, one for Trotman. Are there extension services which allow the tools or services and products to reach the simple farmer?
Oh, yes. I had tried addressing that when I introduced the PPCR program as an example of how we train extension officers to deliver such a message and provide such information. But there's also from the Jamaica end, you would have heard Glenroy speak to farmers forums, which were back in the day, 10 to 15 years ago, we talked about role-based seminars for equipping farmers and extension officers. So those are other tools. So you can talk about the farmers forums, which Jamaica will be more familiar with, but in other countries now, starting in Africa, we mentioned the PPCR program, which is the participatory integrated climate services agriculture as a couple of different approaches.
All right, thank you. For Glenroy Brown, with regards to the losses by farmers who did not have access to the services, would this be the majority or the minority of the island's farmers?
Okay, so what we did was to sample a pool of 500 farmers within a specific region that we were providing that type of service for. So it is not the majority of farmers across the island. It was a sample of 500 farmers within an area that we were providing the service for.
Okay, thank you. As was described before, we're going to now segue into our wrap-up section. And again, this is going to be interactive. You know, we have like 4 or 5 persons in the room that are giving an eye on the chat. So the first hand that goes up will be we'll actually get a chance to answer. And remember, you can't answer 2 consecutive questions. We may even extend it that you can't answer 2 questions in the same category. But we are trying our best. At the end of today, you know, we've done a lot today. But we want to ensure that you leave here with some of it soaking in and sinking in. And we have this process of repeating, reciting, and you know, recalling to actually get to a point of committing to memory. So, Dr. Rankin?
Here is the categories. We have 4 categories: climate change / agriculture, introduction to crop modeling, are you climate smart, and Caribbean services products. So these are the 4 things that were presented today. So we want you to, how do we start this now, Jay?
We will start by asking, you know, Mr. Steve to just select a category and a value. And then we take it from here.
All right, okay. So just before we move, I thought Professor Taylor, who is still online, actually made that comment. There was a question for Adrian: what is the resolution available for those probabilities or exceedance? Can one get a farm scale prediction? Yes. Adrian, can you answer that if you're still online? Michael Taylor was asking, echoing a question I was asking about a resolution and trying to get the probabilities right. And can you get it down to the level of the farm scale? Can you answer that, Adrian, please?
Well, first of all, for the regional scale products, you could imagine we are not going to be presenting it at a resolution that's taken in consideration all the stations from all across the country, because it's a regional scale. But you can have country station by station information on the exceedance. So yes, it can be brought down quite easily to the farm scale, if of course there's an understanding or the presence of data from that region. It can easily be done, yes.
Okay, great. All right, so a few general questions. Everybody been asking if you will get the presentations. Yes, it will be, the presentations will be available. Thank you for all those who've been saying it was worth your while. We appreciate that very, very much. Also, the information will be available via YouTube after, and we'll have an edited version as well. I also understand it may also be featured at UTV at some point in the future. So you don't have to worry about the presentations. You'll get all of them via Dropbox link. In fact, after today, you will get the day 1 presentations in a Dropbox link, all right? And we'll do it day 2 and day 3, all right? Okay, so we're ready to go. So Jay, how do we determine the first category? Steve Maxime. Okay, Mr. Chair, can you tell us which category we should go to and for how
yes.
much?
Are you climate smart for $300?
Are you climate smart for $300? Jay, are we ready?
Yes, ma'am. Ready. Okay,
so here's a question. The first person to raise their hand. Rodika, are you watching? Leon, are you watching? Yes. Okay, here's a question, Mr. Chair. Any hand so far? Okay, Glenda, can you go? Unmute Glenda for me, Michael. Yeah, Glenda Lambert. Glenda?
Yes, Glenda Lambert.
Yes,
from Grenada. Water harvesting and reuse.
Water harvesting and reuse. Yes, Glenda, you're correct. Excellent, Glenda. Thank you for Grenada.
Glenda gets to choose.
Okay, so Glenda, can you now select the next category, Glenda? You have the honor of doing that. Tell us. Glenda? Oh, she's muted, I think. Right?
I think Glenda is euphoric that she won the first.
No, I'm here. Thanks. Climate change for agriculture.
Climate change and agriculture. How much money?
$400.
Oh my God. Glenda, I think you're wanting us to take the risk because you can't answer this one. All right. Anybody else except Glenda? Are you ready, Michael? Yes? Ready, go? Ready, Jay?
Yes.
Okay, here's the question. These three previous unprecedented years in Jamaica is presented by Prof. Taylor's
Camille? What is Camille saying? Any answer from Camille? No answer from Camille. All right, anybody else? Any other answer from anybody? Nobody? No answers? Radhika, nobody? Camille is not responding though. Or Gavin. All right, Gavin, go ahead, Gavin. Or you can type your answer to make it easier for us. Type your answer, Gavin, if you can. All right, so we're waiting on Gavin. Gavin is one of 114 persons still online. What is Gavin's answer? Not seeing his answer. Unmuted. Go ahead, Gavin. Um, 2013, 2015, 2017, says Gavin. Let's see if Gavin is right. Ooh, Gavin, you got one of them. 2017, 2019, and 2020. All right. All right, Gavin, still, tell us what category you'd like us to go to and for how much money, please. We're not hearing Gavin. Climate Smart for 300. Thank you, Gavin. Climate Smart for 300 is already gone, so you have to give another one. Climate Smart for 400. Okay. Climate Smart for 400. Knowing the intensity and length of drought will allow operators of both small and large farms to make which of the following important decisions? A, what to plant and when to plant, implementing water rationing, installing rainwater harvesting systems, all of the above. We have 3 hands raised. 4 hands. Oh man, we're in trouble. Which hand went first? Walter. Walter, you have the floor, Walter. Walter says all of the above. Let's see if Walter is right. Yes, Walter, you are correct. Absolutely. Walter, give us the category now, sir. And how much money? Walter says we are going to, he's typing. How much? How much money, Walter? 300. Inter-crop modeling 300. Everybody ready? Here we go. Okay. Where climate is concerned, the Caribbean is heading towards a regime marked by the on what? Sheldon Grant. Go ahead, Sheldon. I think Sheldon is muted.
Unprecedented and unfamiliar.
Unprecedented. Unprecedented is correct, Mr. Sheldon Grant, Mr. Meteorologist. Okay. Can you tell us which category now, Sheldon? And for how much?
Caribbean Climate Services products for 400.
400. Here we go. I give away that one. Anyways. An example of an adaptation action for the water sector is banning irrigation. No, that's not it. Second. Okay, here you go. Climate change requires that we take action when? We have about 10 hands raised, Rodika. Amelia, go ahead, please. What she says? No. Absolutely. No is correct. Your turn. What category and for how much? If you can do that quickly, we would want to get out of here in time. Whoa, 500. All right, here we go. Caribbean annual rainfall is best described as being unimodal, 1 peak, bimodal, having 2 peaks, high all year round, only God knows. Camille, I think. Go ahead, Camille. What's your answer? I think Camille says.
Camille, you're unmuted. Go ahead, please. B, bimodal having 2 peaks. Yes, Camille, you're correct. Very well done. Oh, that's Paulette. Oh, my bad. All right, we're trying to move ahead quickly, people. We have to get out of here by 3 o'clock. All right, so let's go. Next category. Who was that? Just answered. Paulette or Camille? Let's see. Camille, tell us what category for how much? Yes? I am? All right, I'm unmuted now? All right, can you hear me now? Okay, good. Next category for how much? All right, for how much? For how much and whom? Camille? Or anybody just tell us a category in the interest of time. I'm losing my participants left, right, and center. So anybody, give me a category. Are you climate smart for 500? Okay, here we go. Thank you very much for that. Here's a question. 2015, drought saw Jamaica receiving only -% of its expected rainfall. Agricultural data of the period showed that the production fell by more than -%. Glenda, hand is raised. Glenda, what is your answer? Glenda is talking or typing. She's muted. Okay, if you can type in the meantime, Glenda, that would help us. Just type the percentage values. All right, this is so much fun. All right, so we're not seeing... Anybody can answer in the interest of time. How much? Anybody in the room want to hazard a guess? 50 and 30? Jason, go ahead.
30 and 30.
30 and 30. I think you get one part right, Jason. 10 and 30. Well done, though, Jason. Well done. Next category, anybody? How much? Jason? How much? Yes, Jason. Category?
Climate change agriculture for 500.
Okay, thank you. Here's a question. The 1.5 dilemma means what? Which of these, A, B, or C? All right, who's that? That is, oh, that's somebody telling somebody. Camille. Camille, which is the correct one? Camille says C. Let's see if Camille is right. Yes, Camille, you are right. Excellent. All right, so we almost finished Climate Smart. We have a couple. Nobody's going for the modeling. I don't understand why. What's happening here? Everybody hate me. I feel very bad. I feel insulted. Rapporteur, please don't write that in the report. All right? Come. So I am going to be dictatorial now. I'm going to say climate modeling for 200. Here's a question. Okay, an expression or hypothesis expressed as a mathematical function about crop performance within a quantitative framework is called what? Anybody? You said again, who's muting me? Can you hear me now? Yes. What is the answer to this question? Any hands raised? Walter. What is it, Walter? Walter says it's a model. Let's see if he's right. It's a crop simulation model. All right, we'll give Walter that question. All right, Walter, no problem. What category? How much money? Walter? And you tell us. Same category, 300. Thank you, Walter. Here's the question. A crop water productivity model developed by the Land and Water Division of the FAO is? Anybody? Francine. Go ahead, Francine. Francine is muted or not?
Aquacrop.
Aquacrop. Absolutely. If I was in school challenge, I'll tell you to spell it, but you will give it to you. All right. Next one, Miss Weber, where should we go?
Same category 100.
Same category, thank you. A simplified mathematical model, simplified mathematical representation of a real-world system is called what?
Very good, Mr. Tremaine.
Oh my God. I was hoping you would keep quiet, you know, Steve. I was really hoping you'd keep quiet. All right, it's called a model. All right, so we almost finished now. Come, we have 2, 4, 6, 9 questions to go. Let's go. What category? How much? Anybody? Climate change 200. Thank you. Climate change 2. All right. All right. Mute again. 2 signs that our climate is already changing. Mike, make sure you unmute me. Glenda, go ahead. Might you mute him? So Glenda is online. Will Glenda get it right? Ladies and gentlemen, we were going 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Glenda, are you going to get it right? We're not sure. Unmute Glenda, please, somebody. Or just type. Glenda, you have to accept the unmute. We're trying to unmute you, but you have to accept it on your end. Or just type in the chat. Or anybody else. We are not getting a 0 here.
Yes, I'm here, sorry.
Yes, please give us your answer, Glenda.
Water level rising.
We need 2 answers.
Temperature rising, water level rising.
Temperature, you sure about those 2?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what the answer is. Rainfall is more variable. It's getting hotter. More extremes, which includes sea level rise. And yes, so you're right, Glenda. Excellent. All right, Glenda, what category now and for how much? Muted again. Where we're going to?
So we're going to go to Caribbean Climate Service product for 300.
Okay, thank you, Glenda. Oh.
Dale?
Yes, sir.
In the interest of full disclosure, Glenda is my student, but she was not privy to the Japanese beforehand.
Oh my gosh, she's so unfortunate. Okay. All right, the answer was in that one, my bad. What category now? We only have 5 left. No, 7. What category for how much? Anybody? Into the crop modeling 400. Thank you very much. All right. This should be what are the basic assumptions of aqua crop? Anybody? I mentioned them about 5 times. Anybody can remember even one?
The fertilizer regime is known.
Okay, and? My God, I'm a horrible teacher. Rapporteur, please don't put that in the report.
I'm not attempting to show up. I'm just giving them a start.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, so there are some chats. Ariel says what? Go ahead, Ariel.
One of the assumptions is that the cultivar is good, so high yielding.
Okay. A good yield cultivar, okay. Right. Assumes cultivars that are good and the right type amount of fertilizer. So between Steve Maxime, as unfortunate as it is, and Ariel Kuhlmel, as great that it is, we have got the correct answer. Thank you very much. All right, Ariel, give us a category now. We only have 6 before final jeopardy.
Crop modeling 5.
Crop modeling for 5. Here we go. To ensure your options are selected in AquaCrop, you must click what after you make a selection. 2 hands raised immediately. Tiffany has to be on that. Unmute Tiffany. Main menu, Tiffany, if you ever got that wrong, we would make you run around campus 5 times. Okay. Main menu, yes. All right, so we're down to the last hurrah now. We have 5 to go. 5 to go, and it's small money. Let's get them. Climate change and agriculture, 100. What is the name of the dilemma mentioned by Prof. Taylor in his presentation? Say again? Yes, Adele Trotman. Go ahead, Adele. Unmute or accept the unmute. We're not seeing that. Adele. All right, nobody else? Anybody else can answer? Two more hands raised. All right, any of the hands raised? Glenda, go again.
Unfamiliar, unexpected dilemma.
Oh, Glenda, you lift us up and drop us down. We need somebody else to help Glenda on this one, boy. Anybody remember the dilemma? 1.5 dilemma. Yes, thank you very much. And there is no on. All right. We have 4 categories to go before Final Jeopardy. 4 categories and we have 7 minutes to finish. Let's go. And then you can choose.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you climate smart?
How much?
For 200.
200. Here we go. The number of hurricanes traversing the Caribbean has decreased, gone to 0, increased, become innumerable. Okay, we have some answers online. We have increased. We have Otto Lewis saying C. We have Peter Ferran say increase. We have Paulette Duncan say C. The number of hurricanes. Let's see what the answer is. And the answer is increase. So everybody got it right. Okay, 3 to go. 3 to go. 3 categories only. Whoever got that one, can you go ahead and make a selection, please? Caribbean Climate Services for 200. Okay. All right, my bad. No, this is... All right, so I think this question was there twice, my bad. All right, we have two questions left. Are you climate smart? Climate Services. Which one should we go with? Are you climate smart? Let's hope the answer for this is not up already. Okay, good. True or false? The agriculture sector in Jamaica is very sensitive to any shift in the weather pattern. True or false? S. Mitchell hand is up 1 time. What's the answer? True. Absolutely, absolutely. All right, last question before Final Jeopardy. Climate Services. Recent trends suggest that temperatures in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean by extension has been increasing, decreasing, remaining unchanged, variable. Any hands up so far? Any hands up so far? Nikisha Hibbert. Go ahead, Nikisha. Can you unmute Nikisha for me, please, somebody? Go ahead, Nikisha. Speak, Nikisha. She said increasing, increasing. Nikisha is a meteorologist, so she must know that. Increasing. All right. So, we go to Final Jeopardy. This one now, you have to read the question, and then you put up your hand. Now, this one is a multiple choice. All right? So it says, this workshop was jointly funded by, you have to name the sponsors, dash and dash. It will present a number of tools and approaches. One such tool presented today was the FAO dash model, based on the response of dash to dash. So you have to read the responses and tell me which of these options is correct. Wow, somebody is on the draw. I'm not answering. I'm not answering. Camille, you have to type your answer in this case. You have to type your answer in the chat. All right? So type your answer in the chat. Just type whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, please, in the chat. So we have 3 number ones. Walter Williams. Walter is here, right? Walter said number 4. Hibbert says 4. Kuhlman says 4. Otto Lewis says 4. Adele says 1. S. Mitchell says 4. How many other answers are we getting? Nobody's saying 3. I don't understand what's going on. And nobody in particular is saying number 2. Rapporteur, you need to make a note of that.
Okay, what's going on? Number four. I feel people are being led astray by number 4. You know, something is going on here. Did I hear number 4? Did I hear number 4? Number 2, number 4. It's an auction. Number one is rivaling number 4. And they go around to the bend with 250 meters to go. It's number 4 that's in the lead by a head. And number 1 is making a comeback. Are we getting another answer? No other answers. When 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. What is the answer? The answer is number 4. The answer is 4. Sorry. That was not a trick. That's not a trick, Mr. Chair. That was really intended to be number 4. All right, people. Thank you very much. As I said before, we find that this is a more useful way to do rather than somebody standing up giving a boring thing. You give us your stuff. Thank you very much. For those of you who have not consulted the agenda, just to let you know what's going to happen tomorrow. So tomorrow, we have an exciting day. We start with a presentation by CCRIF, SPC, and they're going to be talking about some of the financing tools that they have for agriculture. Then we're going to have an excellent presentation by Dr. Jane Cohen, who was a senior lecturer in the University of West Indies for over 30 years. Jane is now back in her native UK, and she has consented to join us online to make a presentation for us. We'll have a presentation after that on the impacts of heat stress on livestock, and livestock is always the forgotten stepchild of agriculture. So we're happy to have CCRIF, one of the best scientists in livestock in the Caribbean, barring none. He has more peer-reviewed articles himself alone than everybody else combined. And then we'll have an excellent exercise that you'll get to use a spreadsheet trying to actually categorize heat stress and so on. So we've actually pushed the break back. So we'll have a break after, I think, Jane's presentation, and then after we have modules 5 and exercise 4, we'll have our lunch break. And then we'll go into a very intriguing presentation by Dr. Shelley-Ann Cox in Barbados. And she's a really good Bayesian. She's going to be talking about some of the new approaches to monitoring coral reef and what's happening with the bleaching of the reef. Dr. Shelley-Ann Cox will come in and do an excellent presentation on artificial intelligence, talk about IT stuff. Then Steve Maxime, as unfortunate as it is, will give us it's my time to moderate, so I'll give him a good whopping. But Steve is an excellent presenter on climate smart agriculture. He'll talk about that dilemma. Today we talk about the 1.5 dilemma. Tomorrow we talk about the climate smart dilemma. Excellent presentations. Steve will also show us a matrix that can be used to determine if your project is climate smart or not. It has been internationally trademarked. It's accepted by most of the major donors, so you want to be here for that. And then towards the end, Jayaka Campbell and Theodore have been working on putting this particular tool online so that you can actually do your self-assessment and actually have an audited assessment so that you can get a trademark to say, yes, your initiative is actually climate smart. And once you get that stamp, of course, you can go to the donors and get a lot of money. So we're looking forward to that. Please join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. We look forward to your company, 9 a.m. East Caribbean time. And for those of you joining in other parts of the world, this is Dale Rankin signing out for today. Thank you so very much. And we end as we did with a little applause. Can I get my live audience to give me a little applause, please? Thank you so very much. For those of you that have stayed online with us, thank you so very much. We still have over 70, right, Michael, online. I think we went up to 150 at one point, or even more than that. We have 96 people at the end of a day, Moya, still with us online. That says a lot. Thank you. All right, thanks to our IT team, Hugh and his team. Thank you very much. Really respect that very much. My hard-working technical team that I slave drive till 3 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Dion. Thank you, Michael, Rodiko. Thanks, Tracy, in our absence. And God bless you. All the very best to you. See you tomorrow. Mr. Chair, thank you. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Dion Clark Harris has a hand up.
Oh, Dion. Yes, from Cardiff. Go ahead, Dion.
I was just congratulating you all. Very good day, I thought it was worthy to be on record. So, congratulations. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Dion, you're just making my head swell. I'm going to have to go under the pipe to get it smaller. And I have to say that before Steve say anything. But thank you, Dion. It means a lot when you say it. Thanks from Cardiff. Thanks for the collaboration. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. God bless you. Take care. All the best. Signing out. Thank you.